and you people want to survive. So that's what I would like to say, that please remember, your destiny is in your hand. It is not in somebody else's hand. You can improve yourself. You can be useful to yourself and to your home, to your family, to your society, to your country. Please do so. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate. Let's appreciate. Let's appreciate our patron in a better way. You can do better. Thank you, Dr. Manu. Thank you for the wonderful address. And we have a take-home points. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud our patron. Thank you. So at this juncture, I want to remind you that the theme of this graduation is empowering young leaders for sustainable development and peace in Africa. And we are happy that all the 47 counties in the Republic of Kenya have been represented here. Please appreciate yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce a distinguished speaker who exemplifies passion and determination to youth development and the vital role of the family in this process. Today, in this hall, we are honored to welcome this esteemed professor and the principal of a great university, a visionary leader who has played a transformative role in shaping the next generation of leaders through his profound commitment to education and social impact. His invaluable research and education and contributions underscores the significant influence that the family dynamics and robust familial support have on the growth and development of young individuals. We are indeed fortunate to have him host us with us today, ready to share his insights and reflections on this crucial topic. Please join me in welcoming none other than one and our host, our only Professor Michael Bowen, to the stage. Professor Bowen, we have your attention. Please, let's give him a warm round of applause as he comes on stage. Sorry for that hiccup. I think he just stepped out shortly, but he will be joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with our today's event, I want to bring to your attention of a few of the things that we are expecting. We're expecting interaction and keynote speeches, and we're expecting also a warm interaction of connection and also taking notes that we can carry home as true champions of success. We thank you because you have taken this time to come and be honored on this day for your generous and wonderful contributions that you are doing in your communities. And then without further ado, I want to welcome our next speaker, who is going to give us his keynote address as he continues to show us how the youth can become model and role leaders in this republic. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and it is my honor to welcome our one and only Executive Director of the Global Peace Foundation. He's not just an Executive Director and the CEO. He's just recently, he won an award as the one award from the Africa, the one philanthropic award that was just awarded the other day. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome our CEO, Mr. Daniel Juma. Mr. Daniel, we have your attention.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good to have you here. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Global Peace Foundation to welcome all of you to this President's Fellowship Conference 2024. Are you happy to be here? Are you happy to be here? Good. So ladies and gentlemen, and fellow colleagues, most importantly, our remarkable graduates. It is a tremendous honor to stand before you on behalf of the Global Peace Foundation to extend a warm welcome to all of you gathered here for the 2024 President's Fellowship Conference. Today we celebrate not just the achievements of our fellows, but also the spirit of resilience, commitment, and hope that each of you embodies. As we gather here, I am filled with immense pride. Over the past year, you have navigated the several challenges, embraced learning opportunities, and fostered connections that will last a lifetime. Your dedication to personal and professional growth reflects the core values of the Global Peace Foundation of Service and also the core values of the Chandaria Foundation of Ethical Leadership and Community Service. This conference is a significant milestone in your journey, and it is a moment to reflect on the lessons learned, the friendship forged, and the dreams ignited. Each of you has played a vital role in making this fellowship a success, and today we honor your hard work and determination. I would also like to take this moment to thank our patron, Dr. Manu Chandaria, who just gave his remarkable speech. At that age, he is still passionate about the young people. And today, I want to acknowledge, Dr. Manu Chandaria's addition to this President's Fellowship. So Dr. Chandaria has decided that every year he will be awarding, most outstanding fellows with the Chandaria Awards. And this will be presented shortly, later today. These awards recognize the outstanding contributions of two remarkable fellows amongst you, one male and one female for gender balance, who have not only excelled academically, but also demonstrated exceptional leadership and a commitment to making a difference in their communities. We are deeply grateful to our patron, Dr. Manu Chandaria, and the Chandaria Foundation for his unwavering support and dedication to this fellowship since we launched it in the year 2020. As we move forward, I encourage all of you to carry the values and lessons of this fellowship into your future endeavors. Remember, the impact of your work extends beyond your immediate surroundings. It has the potential to inspire change on a larger scale. You are the leaders, not just of tomorrow, but of today. And the world needs your vision, your courage, and your compassion. Let us also remember that the journey does not end here. The relationship that you have built and the networks that you have established will serve you very well as you continue to pursue your passions and make meaningful contributions to society. I want to urge you on behalf of the Global Peace Foundation to stay connected and support one another and keep the spirit of fellowship alive. I also want to congratulate each of you on your achievement. And this day, since we are meeting for the first time, after we launched these fellows, I really want to encourage all of you and also to recognize the fellows from the previous cohorts who have worked very, very hard. And today also, other than the Chandaria Awards and the fellowship, we will also be sharing with you something about the one dream, the one career dream One Korea Global Campaign. So we'll be launching a 10 million signature collection. And out of these, Kenya needs to collect about 1 million signatures to demonstrate our connection, our support for the people of Korea, especially the people of North Korea. We want to remind you that North Korea is one of the countries, today who they don't know democracy, they don't know openness. The people are going through a lot of problems. They have no freedom, of communication. They don't even have internet. They're living under a dictatorship. So what we are doing as Global Peace Foundation is highlighting the pleas of the people of North Korea. And since the people of North Korea and South Korea are one people, we have been engaged, and our founder, Dr. Preston Moore, has been engaged in a campaign to encourage, the North and South Korean people who are one people to start the journey towards, uniting the two countries. And he has written a book called The One Korea Dream. And I'm hoping that we will be able to share that with you. We want to urge you to sign that campaign and let us know that if there is injustice in any part of the world, then there is injustice even here. There are so many things happening in the world, as you know, today. There's still problems in Ukraine. There's still some war going on in Gaza. Some anarchy also in Lebanon and all that. And so as people are of Africa, and young people who basically have a responsibility, for the future of this world, we must take an interest in what is going on, not just around us, but in every part of the world. So let me take also this opportunity to really thank our partners. I want to thank our host today, Daystar University. Professor Bowen here has really been helpful, and Dr. Ayuya, and of course the Vice Chancellor, the one and only Professor Labanairo, who has worked with us as Global Peace Foundation in the kind of work that we do. And shortly you'll be hearing from Professor Bowen. I also want to acknowledge our other partners, of course, the Chandaria Foundation. We have Dr. Manu Chandaria, who is online, but also we have Mr. Vincent Rapando here, who is in charge of the head of programs at the Chandaria Foundation. Vincent, has been very supportive of this program, and we are hoping that as we move forward to launch, especially this Chandaria Award, we want to make it big. So next year, the Chandaria Award will be very, very big. And so we're just announcing it and launching it, but next year we want to encourage young people, many young people from all over the country, to apply for the Chandaria Awards. There's going to be big things, not just the trophy, not just the certificates, but we will be able, especially if you have an idea that is needs scaling, a social enterprise that needs scaling, we will be able to look for money so that we inject money to support whatever you want to do. Can you clap for me? Yes. So this is the gift, the great gift that we have from Dr. Manu Chandaria. So Dr. Manu Chandaria really loves young people, and through the things that he has done. Recently he wrote a book, and this book, I'm urging all of you, to get a copy of this book, and today is launching, the Chandaria Awards. And who doesn't know the many things Dr. Chandaria has done? If you go to the hospitals, you'll find, the Chandaria wards, the Chandaria, this is his lifetime. As he said, if you find him, sometimes he goes to the slums to clean the streets. Why does he need to do that? But this is Chandaria, he's a leader, He is an entrepreneur, but the most important thing is a very, very humble person. And so these are the values that I would want to ask you fellows to be able to emulate. For us to change this economy, for us to change this economy, we have to emulate, these kind of values, the spirit of hard work, the spirit of entrepreneurship, ethical leadership, showing up. Janari just said, do not just sit at home. Degrees. Nowadays, everyone is getting degrees. But what matters is what you're going to do with that degree. We can give you the Chandari Award today. But what will make a difference is what you do with that recognition. That is what will make the difference. All of us were born, all of us have parents, all of us breathe the same air. But what makes us, why is it that some people are successful and other people are not successful? It is because of what you are doing or what you are not doing. So life has a lot of opportunities. But everything, just like Eliud Kipchoge said, no human is limited. So today, we just do these things, and we have been doing it for the last 4 years, the last 4 cohorts, just to encourage you, to show you that you are not born by accident. You are not born by accident. You don't exist by an accident. You have to make a mark. Today, we're talking about the Chandara legacy. But we're going to ask you, what is your legacy? What are you going to be doing? Most of these, most of the people that we read about in history started making a mark when they were young, in their 20s, in their 30s. They were actually Gen Zs. Tom Mboya, Mwai Kibaki, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, they started making a mark in their youth. So you should not be waiting to be older than you already are to start making a mark. For example, if Nelson Mandela saw, the challenges, of course, that we see, I always say that the challenges around you should be the impetus that drives you to do something about it. The problems that you see, should not discourage. The problems should drive you to do something to solve those problems. So when God is showing you that there is a problem, He wants you to be the one to get the solution. So if I find maybe the community is dirty, needs cleaning, it is my responsibility to organize for it to be cleaned. If I see someone, maybe harassing, maybe women or someone engaged in femicide, it is my responsibility to correct that. Nelson Mandela saw apartheid. He didn't just keep quiet. He did something about it. Then he went to prison for how many years? For many years, right? But when he came out, he became the first president of South Africa. Martin Luther King saw racism in America, but he didn't just keep quiet. He decided to do something about it. And that is how today we read about Martin Luther King, even though he died. Mother Teresa saw the plight of poor people. Then she started giving and gave and gave and continued giving. So today we read about Mother Teresa. So the people of history, the people we read about, saw something that they didn't like and did something about it. So my question to you is, what are you doing? Are you satisfied with what is going on around you? And if you're not happy, what are you doing about it? So this is what we ask you as we do this President's Fellowship, as we make you fellows. We're asking you, what are you seeing in your county that needs change, that needs solution? There are so many problems in this country. But instead of just pointing fingers, blaming someone, blaming the president, or blaming the county governor, what are you doing about it? This is a question we ask you. Are you too young to do something about it? Are you still a child? So the world wants to engage with you, not as a child, but as an adult. So the moment you are over 18, you are no longer a child. You are an adult. And you have a responsibility to do something. Not just to always complain, not just to maybe be out there protesting, but to find a solution. Work with them, other people, to be able to find a solution. So as Global Peace Foundation, our role, our work has always been to inspire the next generation of leaders. You know, we don't have a long time to live. I don't know whether I'll be alive in the next 60 years, you know, but at least I want to use my time, my little time on earth, to inspire you to be better than me, to be better than Dr. Chandaria, to be better than the leaders that we have today. Do something better than Nelson Mandela did. Do something better. Be more famous than Dr. Martin Luther King. These are things that you can do. You know, we saw our own Dr. Wangari Maathai just planting trees and trying to protect the Uhuru Park. That won her a Nobel Peace Prize. And today, if you go other countries, you'll find, you know, Wangari Maathai, you know, has been immortalized. The statues of her all over. So when you read these stories, they are supposed to inspire you. These are not just stories. When you read the Bible, they should inspire you. When you read the Bible and see the story of Jesus, it should inspire you to do something and want to emulate Jesus, for example. You understand? So these stories are not just, you know, to read and keep. I want them to inspire you to become better. So I want you guys to take this fellowship very seriously, very, very seriously. You know, because this is something we are doing here. We are not waiting, you know, to be recognized, you know, by people from outside, you know, Africa. We have created this to inspire our own young people, to tell our own story, because we can do it. You know, President Obama said, yes, he said, yes, we can, right? So we can do it. Yeah, so this is what I want to urge you. So on behalf of the Global Peace Foundation, and on behalf of the Chandaria Foundation, I want to once again congratulate you, and I want to let you know that we are here. We want to engage with you. We want to work with you, and we want you to take responsibility for this country today. Don't wait until tomorrow. Start doing something. And taking responsibility means, you know, looking at your surrounding, looking at your own situation. How can you become a better person, you know, tomorrow? You know, how can you show up tomorrow, a better version of yourself than you were yesterday? So every day you wake up, ask God, what can I do today? I want to be better than yesterday. These are the kind of things that we're talking about. So I really want to, again, thank everyone and to congratulate, you know, all the fellows, those who are here physically and those who are online, and hope that this conference will inspire us and we can be able, you know, to improve and to inspire the next generation of Kenya and African leaders. So thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate our CEO. We can do better because he's not only our CEO, he was just nominated on 20th November as the African Humanitarian Award winner. Let's appreciate him. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Thank you for those words of wisdom. We appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, it's my immense pleasure to bring back our distinguished speaker, whom I briefed you about before. Today, we are honored to welcome this esteemed professor and the principal of this great university, a visionary leader. Please, we are indeed fortunate to have him as he comes on stage to share his insight. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Bowen. Professor Bowen, we have your attention.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, CEO. I must apologize for coming this late. And all along, I was actually in the building. I was waiting to be called. I want to blame Dr. Ayuya, my colleague, for keeping me in the office. We were hoping that somebody would say, now we are ready. Hiyo ndio shida ya ukubwa. So I know my VC will say, you are not a good servant leader. You should have been there, the first one, you know. But I'll blame Dr. Ayuya for keeping me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Daystar. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Daystar University, we want to welcome graduates, and so receive his greetings. It's unfortunate that he was unable to be with us. He really would have wanted to be part of this, but he has sent his greetings. Do you receive them? Yeah, some people receive it with a clap, some with a yes. Can we give him a clap? He's a great man. And just like the CEO did mention, we have a lot of partnership with the Global Peace Foundation. And Professor Hiro, his passion is for the young people. He's actually mentoring a lot of, especially the young male students here. He has meetings with them, sometimes breakfast meetings every Saturday, just to help the young men to grow up. I think there's been a lot of empowerment of the girls. And I can even see, I think the men here are disproportionate in terms of they're very few. But we appreciate the Global Peace Foundation for the great work that you do. We acknowledge that we're in the same space, thinking about young people. But I like your model of thinking about the nation. The 47 counties is actually about the nation. And so I would like to appreciate the work that the Global Peace Foundation you do. You know, CEO, the moment you give me this platform, I can't speak, I can't give my speech before I talk about Daystar. So please just allow me a little bit, because you never know. Some of these young people might be interested in doing a course or two at Daystar University. Daystar University is now about 50 years old, actually slightly above 50 years. You can imagine some of us do not even understand that Daystar has been here for quite a while. So Golden Jubilee, you know, actually we should be celebrating it next year. And so we've been here for a long while. Our niche in terms of education is Christian value-based education. In fact, if somebody were to ask us, what is it that is unique compared, we have many universities in Kenya, it's our value-based education. We think that this is what this nation lacks. And I think the CEO mentioned about ethics, about values. That is what we lack. And we see people pointing fingers at others about corruption. But it's just because they have not had the opportunity. If you give them the opportunity, they turn out to be just like the other one. And so we think that is where the problem actually is. The Gen Z, most of us who are here, you saw some of your colleagues that were really pointing fingers against government, but some of them, where are they? So people make noise not because they are interested in values, but because they don't have the opportunity. Now, that is where Daystar comes in. We try to train our students to appreciate and know that values are very important. For us, that is very paramount. And that is what we do. In fact, we have something we integrate our values in the entire curriculum. Even when we see your course outline, the lecturer course outline, we want to see values integrated. And this is, I also noticed that this is also what the Global Peace Foundation, they seek to do, and therefore we have a lot of common grounds. We also do what we call Christian liberal arts. Now, we realize that the world is multidisciplinary. So you might be a lawyer, we train lawyers here, but we know you need a course in culture to be able to learn to live with people. You need a course in environment to be able to take care of your environment. So you might be a lawyer, but there are many other courses that you do, including physics, so that you understand how your phone works, and other things. So we really give a 360-degree turn to our students, and therefore by the time they go out there, they're well grounded in some of these things. We also use the problem-based learning approach. We bring from the industry cases into classroom, and we even invite guest speakers. I think Global Peace. I hope you have come today. If you have not come, I'll invite you to my own class, and so that then we should be able then to bring in the problems that are out there. By the time our students go out, they are ready for the market. And then the other one is about soft skills. We are very particular about soft skills. And Gen Zs, I see you guys are already on social media, or maybe you are tweeting about this meeting, which would be okay. But we request a bit of your attention. Part of what we are training you guys to be is to listen, to your elders. In fact, I'm going to talk something about elders shortly. But it is important. So soft skills, how to live with people, how to appreciate others, also how to find your space as well. And so these are some of the things that we do. So let me just go to my speech, and then I will keep interjecting. There's a speech that I have, but I'll also, as a professor, I'll keep talking about some other things that are also important. And so esteemed graduates, and congratulations right from the beginning. Dr. Manu Chandaria, a great man. I mean, this man would have said, I've achieved it. But you realize he thinks about other people. He's not selfish. This is one of those things that I hope through the Global Peace Foundation will have it in you. Don't just think about yourself. Think about your neighbor. Think about other people. You may not make a global mark, but even within your county, within your village, within that area where you stay, you can actually be able to make some impact. Try and find out what the issues are, just like Chandaria. And you see today is launching a scholarship, and we would like to appreciate. In fact, we have an MOU. We're trying to work something out with Chandaria. And shortly, we'll be having an innovation center by Chandaria in Daystar. You can imagine the things that he does. You go everywhere, he does it. You see, sometimes I wonder, some people in this nation are very rich, but if you see the impact on community, zero, And I can talk about President Moi, and look at what he's done in terms of education. You go to Sunshine, where our VC was the first principal. You go to Kabarak High School University. You go to Sunshine. You go to Moi Educational Center, and many other places. You see impact. And so I'd like to appreciate Dr. Manu Chandaria. Can we give him a great clap for the great work that he continues to do for humanity? And so, distinguished guests, I know we have a number of us here, staff from the Global Peace Foundation and other guests. Of course, there are those that are representing Chandaria. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you to celebrate the milestone achieved by these 100 remarkable young men and women. And I'm told a number online. We may not be 100 here, but we want to celebrate you for this great work that you've done. And you have completed the President's Fellowship Program. This moment is a true reflection of your hard work, commitment, resilience, and the unlimited potential that lies ahead of you. Our Vice Chancellor keeps talks about the passion of youth, the energy of youth. And the world is before you, And so there's unlimited potential that lies ahead of you. Over the past 1 year, the Global Peace Foundation, Kenya, successfully engaged over 100 leaders from all the 47 counties. And this is what I said. I appreciate this approach so that some of us probably only train for Nairobi, but you train for the entire nation. And so we'd love to appreciate this approach. And you took these young people through this leadership development initiative that mentors young leaders across Kenya to foster their roles in advancing peace building. Let me just say something here. Please learn to begin being at peace yourself. Yeah? The reason why we have trouble in the world is that we have people who are peaceless. And that's an assignment as a professor that I'm now giving you. Ask yourself, how do I maintain peace within myself? If we have people that are peaceful, we will have a community that is peaceful, we will have a nation that is peaceful. And so this is something that I want to challenge you. Peace must come from within. In fact, Jesus Christ, he said, my peace I give unto you. You know? So ask for that peace that is divine, because that is what will help us. So advancing peace building, leadership development, entrepreneurship. I hope some of us already have some businesses, climate change, and sustainable development within their communities. You'll be glad to know that I have a PhD in environmental economics. So when we talk about climate change and sustainable development, Global Peace Foundation, when you need, if you need a consultant in that area, here I am. So we have this. So I just wanted to say something because this is my area, climate change and sustainable development. Are you aware that there is controversy about whether climate change is real? Are you aware? Or graduates, are you aware? Can anybody put up your hand if you know that there's controversy, whether there's climate change or not? Especially so in the US and Europe. Thank you. You're good students, good students. The Republicans, led by the President-elect Trump, sometimes they think that it's a hoax, you know, climate change is a hoax. But for those of us that have experienced it, we know it's not a hoax. But then, of course, we also have the Democrats, which in my opinion also they overdo it. So let me give you some models. This is not a class, but this is for free. There are three ways in which we can look at the way the environment is managed, and of course, together with climate change. There is the profit perspective in how to manage natural resources. So we see the natural resources as inputs into production process, and we want to make the most profit. So if you see a forest, you want to cut as much as possible and make as much money as possible. So that is one model that we look at when we teach environmental economics. Then there is the environmentalist perspective. What does this say? That trees are my brothers, you know? The natural resources are my brothers and sisters. You can say, you can hug a tree and say, you're my brother, you're my sister. So that's another way of looking at it. Actually, these two, they're actually extreme. The two are extreme, the profit motive and this other one. But then there is what we call the godly or the perspective that God has for us. Is it, and actually it ties up with sustainable development, that God has given us the natural resources to use. So this thing of saying that you can't touch a cow or you can't touch an antelope is not correct. God has given us these resources to use. But we are accountable to God for the sustainability, you see? And that's where sustainable development actually comes in. We can use the resources in a sustainable way. So if you have too many antelopes, for example, in a certain park, what happens? They overgraze, they die off. Instead of dying off, we can do what we call culling, and that's allowed. But the environmentalists would never allow that. They say, don't touch. But yet these are resources that God has given us. So we need to be responsible about these resources that God has given us. As you embark on the next chapter of your lives as leaders and change makers, it is critical to recognize the foundations that have supported you throughout this development journey, with your families being at the forefront. Families are the first institutions where we learn critical life lessons of responsibility, hard work, respect, compassion, integrity, and love. They provide the moral and emotional grounding that determines who we are and how we relate with others. Throughout your lives, always remember these important lessons and carry them along to serve as a compass and guide you to navigate the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead of you. I want to appreciate that probably not all of us and come from families where you have the mother, the father, and so on. But at your age, I have had the opportunity to bring up young men, especially young men, that have grown in a situation where the father is not there. And I kept challenging them. In fact, there was an engineering student in Mo University who I was mentoring. In third year, he got to know that his father was not the one that he had been told all along. The young man got disoriented. I had to bring him up. You know, I actually became the father. And I took him up. He got his engineering degree. Actually, he dropped off for about a year. But then we helped him. We were able to bring him back. Why am I saying this? You may not have grown in such a family, but now you have an opportunity to create a good family. And then also at your age, like the CEO was saying, you are not children anymore. And that was a challenge I used to give to this young man. I used to tell him, no, now, why are you crying? You are crying like a baby, and I want to give you a wife shortly, you know? So you need to forget about your past, you know? So I tried to show him the future, that he needs to bring up a good family himself, and he's doing well. So we may not have had that benefit of a family, a full family. Some of us probably will have difficulties. But I want you to study some of the people that have also succeeded. Some of them may not necessarily have had the best of families, but they have made it. Can we learn from their lessons so that these things do not become a setback to us? Another cornerstone of your development is the religious values that play significant roles in our lives. Regardless of your faith, religious teachings offer profound teachings on love, respect, humility, compassion, forgiveness, kindness, and service to others. All these are universal principles that we share as humans and should be woven into every aspect of your lives to help you navigate life and coexist and embrace all people from diverse backgrounds for the greater good of the world, because we are all one family under God. I think this is important. If you trace your genealogy, we all get back to Adam and Eve, you know. So we are one. That's what you would always realize. And so it is important for us to know that we are one. We might differ, but let's learn to work together as families. Let's be good human beings. If you can actually be a good human being, then you're okay, you know. Love the other person for who they are. They are made in the image of God. And therefore, it is important that we do this, even in terms of our religion. In fact, if you see the trouble in the Middle East, there's a time, I think it was the current president-elect Trump, he actually, and he brought together Middle East nations, including Israel, and he told them, look, all of you are children of Abraham. And therefore, you remember what we call Abrahamic Accords? They are more that connect us than that which make us not to be together. And so those are some of the things that we need to think about. Which even in Christianity, you know, you say, I'm from here, I'm from here, I'm from here. There's more that connects us. I've seen this thing, even this thing called tribalism. It is a deep-rooted problem. It's beyond tribalism. Go to the village. They will say that bridge is different from us. They start fighting. They say, imagine yetu. You know, So this is a deep-rooted, it's actually a human problem that we sometimes see. But I pray that as graduates of Global Peace Foundation, of this program, that we will be those that will build bridges and not, so that our religion does not divide us, our tribe does not divide us. One of the greatest gifts of being young in the contemporary world is the ability to debate, discuss, and engage with issues that affect our communities. And our social media is a good platform for this. And I know young people, we are very good. And we see your posts even as you do this. As President's Fellows, you have the tools, the knowledge, the platforms, whether through local forums, national platforms, or online discussions, to influence public discourse and to engage in open dialogue, to share ideas, resolve conflicts, voice opinions, and propose solutions to the myriad challenges that we face as a society. I challenge you, young people, to champion these conversations. We are giving you we are giving you a charge. We are giving you a responsibility. And so we are challenging you to champion these conversations in your spaces, because it is through such debates and discussions that we find innovative ways to solve the many unending challenges within our communities. You have a platform. The other assignment, I've given you one assignment, so this is the second one. The second one is always find out the truth. Don't just argue for the sake of it. Be a bit foundational and find out where the truth is. There is a verse in the Bible that says we cannot do anything against the truth. So even as we debate, as we talk about issues, find out where the truth is. I have seen there's a lot of deception, even the posts that I see. And you need to find out, research. That's what you need to do. Find out information so that you don't talk like somebody who doesn't know, you know. So back up your ideas. And part of this should include even religious books, you know, the Bible and so on. And find out what the truth is. Do your research so that we just don't talk for the sake of talking. And let me just say a few more things about the youth. I like your idealism as young people. You know, you believe everything is possible. I get very disappointed when I get a young lady, a young man that thinks this is not possible. Sasa wewe ukisema hivyo tu sisi tutasema nini? You know? But at my age I can tell you, I still believe I can do many more things. You know? So that mindset is very important. We want that idealism. And we see it. You want this nation to be managed better. You want the economy to become better. The idealism of youth. And that is what we want to encourage in you people. Believe that you can do it. Even as the CEO was mentioning about the various people that have done great work, Martin Luther, Mother Teresa, and so on. Believe that you can get there, you know. At your age, nothing should be out of bounds. Don't say, I can't do this. I mean, so who will do it? Is it me? Me that is, and we need you people to come, you know, because some of us are retiring soon. So do we have reason to believe that the youth in Kenya, that we have a future because of our youth in Kenya? I think yes. I think yes. One, idealism, just like I said. People that are dissatisfied with the status quo. And I think that is very positive. Why? What's the other reason why we believe this? God has endowed you with talents, gifts. Sometimes we see some of the things that you guys come up with, very great ideas. And during your demonstrations, forget about the latter part. You showed us some innovations that we have never seen. You are tribeless. We always know that when we do demonstrations, we know that it is tribal. But for the first time, we saw tribal, especially the first week, we saw tribelessness in you guys. And we saw demonstrations without violence. You only had your phone and the water. And after that, somebody says you ran to KFC, to chicken, on a lighter note. But for me, for the first time, we saw a fresh breath of demonstrations. And this shows that you can, I think some people messed you up later, but don't worry, you need to go back and repeat it and make sure that people do not infiltrate you. Do a good thing. We didn't see violence the first day because you guys were taking selfies with the police, you know? There was no violence. And I remember the first week, even when you saw somebody stealing from a shop, you matched that person. That's a kind of youth. And that's why I'm saying I think we have hope. But just a few areas of concern probably that you might want to look at. Sometimes we get worried about your foundations, especially values, the fear of God. And can I tell you, without that, even these positives that we see can crumble. So make sure that you have a solid foundation in terms of values. That's the first one. We would like you to respect elders and your parents. Does it mean that you don't disagree with them? You disagree. But even when you disagree, they remain elders, they remain parents. Musituite majina. So now I see, and these are things that we can learn, you know. And some of us probably have challenges with your parents. But they remain your father, they remain your mother. Those are things that you can't change. So this is something, and by the way we are sending you in a graduation like this, we are sending you to war, you know, we are sending you to do things for the nation. You need the blessings of your parents, you need the blessings of your elders. And maybe finally, as I say, about take care of your mental well-being. There is this thing I saw, munasema kuja tukasirike. How do you say it? Twende to jump. Is it to jump or what? Let's get annoyed. Take care of your mental well-being. It is not a positive value to become angry if you do not know. And by the way, some of us, you know, we have a psychology department. The number of mental cases that we saw after the demonstrations was very high. You can still tell us the same things. You can still tell the leader the same things. Bila kukasirika. You can say you are wrong. Bila kukasirika. So take care of your mental well-being because we need it. How will we come up with innovations if you are messed up mentally? So this is something that you need to think about. But just like I said, let me repeat, I think we have a good future in you guys. As you out there, remember that being a good citizen is not just about obeying the laws, but also contributing positively to the growth and well-being of the nation. Being a President's Fellow offers you the opportunity to be the present leader and shape the destiny of our beloved country and its people. It means making the right choices, advocating for social justice, and we encourage you to do this. Acting with integrity, very important, ethics, integrity, and values. Embracing accountability, be accountable yourself. So that is also important. And even not accountable to other people, being accountable to your own self. Taking part in nation building, whether through political participation, and we want to encourage as many of you to take, if you have that calling, go to politics, you know, but go and do better politics than what we see. And therefore, you need to take part in nation building, whether through political participation, entrepreneurship, or community involvement for your best interest and those around you, especially the most vulnerable and within the society. In closing, today marks a new beginning, and I have no doubt that all of you will continue to contribute meaningfully to the communities you come from and be the best versions of yourselves so that others can be inspired and emulate the good things you do out there. Congratulations. The society can't wait to see the amazing roles that you'll play. I thank you and God bless you.
Let's appreciate Professor. Professor, thank you very much for that wonderful and profound, heartwarming address. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I want to appreciate one important person who has made available this place where we are seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's appreciate our host, Dr. Ayuya. Thank you very much for being our host. At this juncture, I want to also acknowledge some of our key partners who are present here and some who as representatives. And to give us a brief statement so that our media team can capture this, I would like to bring Mr. Vincent Rapando, who is representing the Chandaria Foundation. Mr. Vincent, 1 minute for you. Let's appreciate him.
Thank you. I think mine I will take even less than 2 minutes. Good morning, graduates. All protocol observed, Professor, my brother Daniel, Caro, and the team that has put this event together. My name is Vincent Rapando. I work for Chandaria Foundation, but I was with GPF since 2010 to 2017. So Daniel is my brother. Understand Global Peace Foundation values, and that's why anything that where global peace is, I'm always connected. Mine is just to talk about the new, I think let me call it program on whatever, that Daniel talked about, the Chandaria Award. I think it's very exciting, and I'll be very keen to see what these young people are doing on the ground, whether in climate change, whether in peace building. The focus will be to see what are you doing innovatively, what are you doing in terms of the impact on the ground. And that is what Dr. Manu, remember what Dr. Manu talked about. We want to see what are you doing that you can be awarded. I think Daniel talked about getting a certificate. Apart from getting a certificate, there will be a small token where you can use to scale up the project that you are doing. We are aware and we have worked, I'm told that there are 4 cohorts here. I think the best 2 cohorts. We have worked with somebody called Grace Maganga. I think that should be a fellow from Taita, isn't it? I think that's the kind of work we want to connect. If we have 18 tree nurseries by Chandaria Foundation, Global Peace, and other partners, and UNICAF. So we want to see how you connected to those programs. Daniel talked about the pain. If there's a pain, what solution are you providing? Dr. Mann talked about being a social worker. A certain professor shared with me a new Maslow hierarchy of 2024. And I'm told there's one pyramid above self-actualization. And you know what it's called? Self-transcend. And I'm told it's about helping others and spiritual experience. So imagine now if we have a hierarchy above self-actualization, and that's where you belong. So mine is to wish you and to say congratulations, let's keep it up. I think as we do all this now, the fact that there's a Chandaria Award, we'll be going around to see what is it that you're doing. What is it that you can sit and be able to rank you in terms of getting the support from the Chandaria Foundation. Asante sana, all the best.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Mr. Vincent. And please, Mr. Vincent, when this program ends and you go back to our patron, tell him we appreciate and the fellows appreciate. Do you agree? Let's appreciate our patron for this. I also want to recognize our partner, UNICAF. They are represented. Please let's appreciate them for making this thing come together. We have also Youth Enterprise Development Fund representatives. Thank you, Mr. Madenge, welcome. He will be speaking to you in another session. And we have Transparency International, who are also our key partner. Thank you very much, we appreciate. And we have Design Thinking Program. Thank you very much also for representing. And the Smart Foundation. This is the second, the representation from the office of the first daughter, Charlene Ruto. Mr. Alex, I'll give Mr. Alex a few, 1 minute to just say a word. Yeah, Mr. Alex, just one word. Let's appreciate him.
We are honored to be here this morning. I'm with my colleague Ruth. We are very grateful that last week you also paid us such a visit on Friday such a time. We were seeing a class of 94 young people graduate to be our ambassadors across the country, 2 from every county. And we are therefore looking forward to a partnership that will allow our young people and ourselves in this particular group to interact and to mingle and to see us build a better country. Greetings and congratulations to the class of graduates from our patron, Ms. Charlene Ruto. She wanted to be here, she could not, and she ensured that she's fully represented by myself and by my colleague. Asanteni, God bless you.
Thank you very much. Send our regards to her. Ladies and gentlemen, our CEO talked about the 10 million Korean Dream campaign. And as we break, since I want to give you a short break, I just want to give you a briefing of this campaign. Please, there will be a QR code projected, and we are requesting all of you seated here and those watching us via satellite to join us in making history as a nation. The United Korea Dream campaign is a global initiative advocating for a peaceful and unification of the Korean Peninsula. So as Kenyans, we have an opportunity to stand for peace for this nation and solidarity by adding our voices. And as the President Fellows and our friends and partners, you have got this opportunity, since we are collecting signatures from Kenya to show our commitment to our world built on unity, cooperation, and peace. Please apply your signature by scanning the QR code, which will be projected on the screen and will also be appearing in one of our banners outside. You can scan it, then sign up and be part of this global initiative. So if that is the QR code, you can project it on the screens. So then just go there and sign it. And as you do this, I trust that you found our first session to be very engaging and insightful, and we had wonderful speakers who did their best to open this session. Now, I want to take this moment to welcome you to unwind and continue enriching yourself. As this conversation will continue in a short while, in a more informal setting, I welcome you or invite you to join for a health break. Enjoy some tea, some light snacks, and great company. We will be back in 15 minutes. I welcome you to join in a session of an informal setting. We have a short break. We will be back in 15 minutes. So our ushers at the door will direct you to where the tea is served. Please enjoy. time. Please, okay? Some of you have traveled far. Some of you have even traveled overseas. They have to get their flights back on time. That's why we are trying to squeeze. Okay? Yeah, there are some who have just flown in this morning and they have to take their flight back again. So bear with them. Sorry? They had to be at the graduation. So we will bear with them. Now, after the break, we still want to remind you of the Korean global campaign. If you just came in, there's a global campaign going on. How many have signed up? Thank you. You will be part of that history. So we are now ready to delve into another session. And the following sessions will be a panel discussion, which promises to be just as insightful as the opening remarks and the keynote addresses that you had before. And at this moment, I want to remind you that we will pause in the middle of this panel discussion that starts so that we can have a Zoom presentation from one, Dr. Ayushi Chandaria, who will be joining us via Zoom. I beg for your cooperation. I'm saying we will pause in the middle of this panel so that we can allow Dr. Ayushi to give a short presentation before our panel's time, because she just woke up and she will be joining us via Zoom. Ayushi Chandaria is Dr. Manu's granddaughter. Now, ladies, as we continue with today's event, we are excited to move into this wonderful session of our panel discussion. This will be an opportunity for you to for deeper insights and insightful and meaningful exchange of ideas on the important topics surrounding the youth and also sustainable development. To guide us through this conversation, we are fortunate to have a wonderful moderator for the first session. She's a true champion of peace and community development. She's a powerful lady, a director of KEPACO, an organization dedicated to peace in one of our counties. She holds an award, a Shuja Award honors from the National Heroes Council. As a peace champion, she has been at the forefront of the initiative aimed at promoting peace and empowering youth and building stronger and more resilient communities. Her extensive experience and commitment to social change make her the person to moderate today's discussion. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ms. Diana Rotich to the stage as she leads our panel of experts in a thought-provoking discussion. Welcome, Ms. Diana. Let's appreciate her. Ms. Diana, we are ready for the panel discussion. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diana Rotich, and I'm really humbled and privileged to be here to moderate this panel discussion on important issues cutting across our country and even across Africa and globally. We are privileged today to have two panelists, very esteemed guests. They've been kind enough to give us their time. And I'll just go ahead and introduce our first panelist, Mr. Peter Wendell, who is an advocate for social justice. Karibu sana, Mr. Peter. You're welcome. Our second panelist is Ms. Lillian, who is representing Transparency International Kenya. Karibu, Ms. Lillian. Okay, so today our theme is ethical leadership and youth as peace builders. And before that, maybe we should understand first what is ethical leadership. And before that, maybe we should get an introduction from our panelists themselves. Maybe they tell us their full names, the organization they are working in, and what they do. Mr. Peter.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning. You guys don't sound like you're graduating. Good morning. Yes, I'm a bit of energy. Tuanguke na how's here? Yeah, my name, as you've heard, is Peter Wendo. As a way of a brief introduction of myself, which is one of the hardest things to do when you're told to talk about yourself. I am an advocate for social justice, having been in this sector for the last 20 years. Started off working for a local organization called International Commission of Jurists. Probably some of you know about it. For the last 18 or so years, I've been working with an international organization, a German organization in promoting the rule of law in sub-Saharan Africa. I have bias in terms of promoting judicial reforms and judicial independence on the continent, things to do with constitutionalism, the rule of law, democracy, human rights, especially the social economic aspects. And all this, for me, what resonates with what you are doing is that I look at all those initiatives from people-centered perspective, not just what we read and what we are taught, but how do all these things eventually impact the common citizen. So that is my area of persuasion that I usually push for, and I look forward to an interactive session with all of you, and I hope at the end of it all, we'll leave this place better than we came in. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Wendo. Ms. Lillian.
Good morning, everyone. Kosalama. Yes, so my name is Lillian Gadua. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and I'm also a programs officer working for an organization called Transparency International, the Kenyan chapter, whereby I work on issues to do with access to justice. Yeah. So Transparency International Kenya, for those who may not know, is a not-for-profit organization that champions good governance and development, democracy, and anti-corruption in Kenya. So I've been around for the past 25 years. So it was formed in Kenya in 1999. So basically, we have a huge interest in issues of ethical leadership and ethics. One of our favorite phrases is Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity, which we work towards. We also work on issues of natural resources and climate governance. As we all know, those are areas that really have the potential to spark conflict, and we're glad to be here for this discussion.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lillian. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to refer to the 2019 census on the population of young people of this country. And to understand that the 75% of the population are the young people, we the young people. And now my first question will go to Ms. Lillian on how, sometimes when you talk about the Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity, we're just thinking about maybe the government officials, our elected leaders, but we forget that the same Constitution governs all of us, yes? Yeah. So my first question will go to Ms. Lillian on how, what are the impact of promoting morals and ethical leadership in the young people in Kenya and of course across the globe.
All right, thank you, Diana. I'm glad you referred to the 2019 census because apparently it has come for that the median age in Kenya is 19. So for those of us who remember our mathematics and what median means, so when you look at a figure like 19, it means we're a very young and youthful country. I think even in this panel, we are glad we are all very young people. And when you think about integrity and ethics, especially amongst us as the youth, I'd really want to say that it's a very personal question. So each of us individually, and I would like to call us to interrogate what does ethics mean to you? What are your values? What do you stand for? Where is your moral compass? I'm hoping you have one. And what is your conviction? You know, So from my experience, and I'm sure it's also the experience of everyone here, we all face different ethical questions, or rather an ethical dilemma. And I'm pretty sure today a lot of us have probably faced an ethical dilemma, yeah, or an ethical question, because we come across them in our day-to-day lives, yeah. Just today, a few minutes ago, one of my project assistants was asking me, because we were having some virtual trainings for journalists, and she was asking me, so we have X number of people who only attended that training for about 20 minutes, but there are people who attended for 1 hour or the full 1.5 hours. So the question then became, should we reimburse them the airtime at the same amount, yeah? And this is a question then that I had to respond in terms of, we have to look at what is morally right in everything we're doing, yeah? And to always keep assessing. So every day we're existing, we're facing a question about what should we do? What is the right thing? I like a quote by C.S. Lewis, and he says, integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. And that's the commonly adopted definition of integrity. It's a definition that I also adopt personally. So every time the youth, we need to keep asking ourselves, what is the right thing in this situation? And even if no one knows that umefanya the right thing, how are you able to then, will you live with the consequences of your decision? And some decisions are very minute, but others also are very great, having great significance. And I think that's what we're pushing for even as a country. So that then, even as the youth, moving on from our individual choices and our individual integrity and ethics, but also looking at the country generally and governance in this country, yeah? It has been said that the crisis we are having in terms of governance in this country is a question of integrity. So even as the people who lead, and even as we are leaders in our own right, in our own spaces, our own spheres of influence. But even when you look at the people who've been given specific power, whether elected or appointed or nominated, whichever it is, the question then becomes, what is the impact of having leaders without integrity, and how does that come to affect you as an ordinary mwananchi in Turkana, Wajir, Nairobi, or wherever it is? So the question of integrity really cannot be downplayed, because we see it in every sphere of our lives. Yeah, a lot of the issues we are having point again to issues of the integrity question, and are people doing the right thing and what is supposed to be done? Because if that was answered, if everyone upheld integrity and did the right thing, then we would also not be seeing issues of insecurity, conflict, instability, all the questions we face, corruption, pilferage of public resources and the like. A lot of the issues we're dealing with, and I'm glad you're all leaders doing different things in your communities. A lot of the challenges you're facing and you're solving right now, I know you would agree would be solved, it would be completely dealt with if we had ethical leadership, and if the youth were able to stand up to champion for that. And it's a call to responsibility for all of us individually to just respond to those issues from our point of leading with integrity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lillian. That was really great of you. And I like the point that you said, it starts with us. It starts from an individual point before we project outside. And as she also mentioned that all of us are leaders in our own capacity. Some of us are CEOs, some of us are directors. So it starts with you before you go outside to your colleagues, to your junior staffs, and so on and so forth. And now my next question now will go, how best can we enhance this ethical leadership in our communities, Mr. Wendell?
Director, do you wish to disrupt now? We can continue. Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. I don't want to answer this question alone. I want to answer this question with my brothers and sisters here. So I seek your indulgence. Anyone from Uasin Gishu? Anyone from Uasin Gishu? None. Baringo? Please come. Anyone from Kisumu, Siaya? Anyone? Kisumu, Siaya? We got it? All right.
Okay. Thank you very much, our panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, our guest is online. So I'll welcome Ms. Nagami to come and introduce her.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nangami Masaha. This session is not mine because we are rudely interrupting, but obviously the panelists have been generous with their time because I would like to introduce to you Ms. Ayushi Chandaria, who's obviously a budding entrepreneur, and she's going to come to us live. Oh, wow, there she is. And she's the founder, Design Thinking Program. And so without further ado, because we're just stealing into people's time, I would love to indulge her. But Ms. Ayushi, great to see you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ayushi Chandaria.
Wow.
Can
Yes,
you hear me?
Yes, you're now audible.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ayushi Chandaria, founder of the Design Thinking Program in Kenya. I wanted to start by congratulating all of you and saying that innovation, sustainability, entrepreneurship, making a difference is something that we should all do. My journey, I'm going to tell you a little bit about, and then I'd love to hear questions and answer anything that you have. But I started by, I majored in product design at Stanford University, and product design was a mix between engineering, art, and then design thinking, which involved using design thinking to really solve social problems. And I realized that there's so much capacity to use design thinking to solve problems everywhere in the world, including Kenya. So my vision was to bring it to Kenya and get anyone who really wanted to make a difference, who wanted to improve their own communities, the communities for those around them, and even the wider country, to come together, learn what design thinking is, and then really put solutions together. So yeah, does anyone know what design thinking is? I don't think I can actually, I realize I can't see it from you guys, if anyone's hands are up, but I can just tell you what it is. Design thinking is when you really understand the user. The first stage is called empathy, and that's when you go into the areas you're solving for. So if I'm solving for factory workers, I will go to the factory. I will spend weeks, months, a long time there to really understand and develop empathy for those around me and understand their lives and how I can make it better. And that's the principle that I'm really trying to spread. And I think that everyone in entrepreneurship, everyone in innovation needs to get better at. Really having empathy and feeling for the end user allows you to create a solution that really solves their problems. And solving problems for other people is the way to start any innovation, sustainability, entrepreneurship endeavor. Rather than trying to solve a problem for yourself, the people who you're solving problems for. And so congrats for, being a part of this fellowship conference, because you've taken the first step to solve these issues, to really understand the users, understand who you're solving for, and create a difference. And my advice is no matter how small, no matter whether it's just your family, your community, as soon as you start the mindset of solving problems, improving lives, improving communities, that's when you start making the difference and you can create a wider difference for everyone. The money, the recognition, that comes later. If you start with the right intention of helping people, creating economic difference, creating personal difference, everything will follow. So yeah, that's my advice to you. Congrats again. And I'd love to take any questions or answers, given this is quite a short period of time.
All right, so let me indulge you a little bit before we can even go to the audience, because now that you've talked about design thinking as an entrepreneur, first off, there's always the question for entrepreneurs, what characteristics do I need to have? Because it's very easy for someone to say, I just want to be an entrepreneur, but before you can get started, there are certain, the laws of nature, which are really very constant. If you'd like to tell us, what is that thing? Because many people get into entrepreneurship, but then the longevity, the staying power is where we all draw the line, because obviously we have the statistics that most businesses fail within the first year of inception. So what are the characteristics that someone needs to have before they get into business, and that will perhaps guarantee the staying power? Because obviously you are a true testament of being in business for quite some time.
Yeah, so I think the first one I would say is risk taking. I think that to be in a business, you really have to be able to put your whole self in. And that involves a risk. You don't have a safety net because as soon as you give yourself the safety net, you also give yourself the ability to fail because it's okay to fail. So you really have to jump all in. I think that would be one. The second one would be perseverance. You will hit setbacks. That's very normal for everyone, every budding entrepreneur. There will be problems. And really, there's two choices: quit or persevere. And quitting is the easy option because, it's easy. You move on to the next thing. Persevering involves hard work, involves dealing with the setback, but you have to be able to persevere. Another one linked to perseverance is you have to not be tied to one idea. As businesses grow, as entrepreneurship journeys continue, there will be changes. You will realize that something might not work, something might need a difference, and you really have to be willing to quickly iterate and change. So the rapid iteration is essential to entrepreneurs who want the idea to really work. If I get stuck on my idea and what I want to do only, I might follow a path that doesn't actually get me where I want to go. So just be willing to change your mind quickly, be willing to change your idea and really go with like what your solution and the people who you're solving for need and want. I think those probably are the three biggest ones. And then outside of those, I think being curious. Before, starting on any entrepreneurship journey, you have to have like some vague idea, but don't go in knowing what you want. Be curious and try to understand what there actually is scope for. Never be tied to one idea. Instead, see what there is. Try to understand what you're trying to solve for and try to use that curiosity to understand your end user, understand what you're solving for, and also use it to change your product if needed.
The rule of three, actually, I love that, the rule of three. And I'm hoping it's quite easy, even for our audience here to remember. First off, you've talked about, risk, perseverance, and then there's also that bit of curiosity. I don't know what, the take home for most of the audience has been. But finally, I'd like to indulge in a question before I can throw it to the wonderful audience so that they can engage you further. But one thing I'd like to understand is the challenges, because when it comes to doing business, it is quite impossible for you not to encounter challenges. Challenges, I think, are part and parcel of business and being an entrepreneur, and especially in the innovative space. So what are some of the challenges that you have encountered, and also that you think you'd like to share in terms of just having sort of a blanket kind of challenges that are also experienced in the market?
Yeah, so I can start with sharing my biggest challenges whilst founding the design thinking program. And whenever talking about challenges, every challenge that people face are different. So what I may face may not be the same. So just take that and keep that in mind. But the first challenge I faced was we started the design thinking program in high schools in 2019. And it, went really well. We had a lot of engagement. And then early 2020, COVID hit. A problem that many entrepreneurs today probably have stories about. But for us, high school students who are relearning how to do school online, who had to get equipment to do school online, made it even harder to continue the program. So we actually had to stop. It didn't make sense that students were thinking of extracurriculars when they were struggling to figure out how to manage real school. And so I thought to myself, okay, do we just quit? How do we find a way to keep this alive? So what we ended up doing is moving to college students. They generally had a better ability to do online education. They generally had more motivation themselves because we couldn't be there in person to motivate and follow the students along. And so we changed our program to college students. Our goal never changed. We wanted to create an impact. We wanted to develop entrepreneurs and innovators. But the way we did it changed. We had to do it online. We had to do it with a different group of people. We had to partner with universities, which is different to partnering for schools for various reasons. So that was one of the challenges for the first time that I had to face. Another one was as we were developing a new curriculum, we were going to partner with someone from a design firm who actually ended up getting very ill. And this was another time I was like, I don't physically live in Kenya. How am I going to do this? Maybe this program won't work. And then I realized this is something that happens to everyone. Things change and you can choose. Don't do it or find another way around. And the find another way around is something I recommend to all entrepreneurs. that's the way to solve issues. That's the way to deal with challenges. So yeah, we found another way around. We got new companies in, we developed more of the curriculum ourselves, and we made it work. And I think a big thing that all entrepreneurs will have to deal with is dealing with obstacles. You don't need to hit the obstacle. As soon as you see it coming, find a way around the obstacle. Try to avoid them and find solutions, as opposed to try and be like, oh no, I hit an obstacle, what now? Most challenges are also very foreseeable. It might not be like 6 months in the future, but as they're coming to you, you know they're coming. So that's when you act on them as early as you can. And then, as I said earlier, I know you asked for blanket challenges. I think that's a very hard one because all companies' challenges are different. So I think really you have to understand for your own company, your own journey that you're taking, what challenges you may face. Some more common ones, I guess, are funding. Often, when starting a company, you are using money, but you're not getting the revenue back. So funding is a challenge where there's so many ways to deal with it. Have a fundraiser, ask family and friends, try to do lo-fi prototypes to test your idea. That's like low cost prototypes where you know it's not perfect, but you're going to go with it anyway to try and gain like concept proof of your idea. And initially starting a company, you should bank on getting money is hard. So you should always go for the lowest cost things until you get the funding. Don't go in it expecting funding because you never know. And then if you get it, it's a positive. And then other challenges are people challenges. Sometimes you have a co-founder, sometimes you don't. Being alone can also be a challenge. Having a co-founder can also be a challenge, but really improving communication, making sure everyone's on the same page. These are some of the more basic communication challenges that you can deal with. But I will say challenges happen to everyone and they're always different. And they're always what you don't expect. Because if you expect it, it's not a challenge. It's just a part of your plan. So when challenges arrive, be prepared for the unexpected. Try and act quickly. And if possible, try and avoid the challenge before it becomes a big thing for your company and you're looking at like sinking or swimming. As soon as you come to face with it, before you hit it, try and find a way around.
That's really insightful because I'm on the money, or you're on the money rather, when it comes to the last point that you've just given, which is, I think it's the like kind of Silicon Valley kind of mantra, failing fast and failing forward, where you develop a hypothesis, then you have a prototype for it, then you go tweak it and find out whether it works or it doesn't, then you drop something as fast as you can so that you just don't end up, having something. You're working on something and it is bound to fail because you didn't fail fast and you didn't fail forward. So I think that's the intention that you've really brought out for all budding entrepreneurs and for those of you who are out there to look for money. This is something that I would definitely even back her up when she's talking about this, because sometimes we ruminate on an idea and it's not working, but because you didn't have the idea of failing fast and failing forward, you end up just sitting on an idea for years and it's not working. Because you're an entrepreneur, you want to persevere, you end up persevering in something that you shouldn't even have put your mind in the first place to begin. Now, I want to throw the question to the audience. It would be nice if we can have, one question where she can engage. So any one of you who has got a question? Right, I don't know, the microphone?
Hello, my name is Jidrav Kimashia. I'm a fellow for the 4th cohort of the fellowship, President's Fellowship. And my question really in design thinking is how do I ensure my empathy research captures genuine customer pain points and not just assumptions?
Great question. Thank you for asking. So I think that when you do user research, it's not just asking questions. I think a lot of it is the full 360. You go and spend time with the users, you see them in their natural habitat. So combined with the answers they give you, you actually have to see them in action. So as I said, use the factory worker as an example. If I was solving for a factory worker, I would go and spend time with them. I would see the conditions. I would even build empathy and maybe do their work for a day to really understand for myself what they're dealing with. I think questions sometimes people answer, they might be biased, they might be trying to project an image, but when you see them at work and even you do the work yourself, you really understand what they're facing. And I think that's where empathy comes in. You're trying to feel what they feel as opposed to hear what they say.
One final one before we can let Ms. Ayushi go. Oh, all right. Guess there's no other question. So thank you so much, Ms. Ayushi, for your time. It was incredible to have you, especially considering the fact that you have quite a busy schedule. But thank you so much for gracing this occasion with your presence. We really appreciate the nuggets of wisdom that you have given to the graduates, and I'm so sure that they are going to put that to good use. So from us to you is thank you so much. Have yourself a lovely time. I'm not so sure about the time difference, but we want to say shukran sana, asante.
Thank you. And then I guess my leaving piece of advice to all of
Let's
you
appreciate her. Let's appreciate. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ayushi. Thank you very much. All right. So thank you for your patience, our panelists. And over to you, Diana.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll just go straight to Mr. Wendell, where I asked him, how can we enhance ethical leadership in our communities? So please, Mr. Wendell, take in.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I go back to my question. I want to try design thinking. I don't know if I'll succeed. So my Baringo counterpart, please come. Anyone from Kiambu? Anyone from Kiambu? We do a quick one so that we save on time. Kiambu, please come. Anyone from Western? That is Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma. Anyone? Come. Anyone from Coast? Please come. Anyone from Kamba Nation? Kitui, Masaku, Makueni? Anyone? No one? Please come, please come. Anyone from Chinkoro, Kisi? Kisi? Is there a Kisi? Or from Kisi, Nyamira? Anyone? Sorry? No. I already have my Kamba, isn't it? There was a Kamba who, yes. It mustn't be from Kitui. It can be from Makweni, Mwingi, Mboni, Nchala, wherever. Then anyone from Northeastern? Please come. So do I have anyone from Kisi? I missed out on Kisi. Okay, so you guys, quite in better coffee. Turukana. Oh, Nairobi. Okay, anyone from Nairobi? One person from Nairobi. Please join my team over here. Nairobi, tafadhali. Okay, sawa. Yeah? So as you write, so I don't know if you guys can multitask. That is Nairobi. Okay. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Luo Nyanza. Nani anatoka Homa Bay, Siaya akuja? No. Luo Nyanza, just Luo Nyanza. Just Luo Nyanza. So I hope we can multitask. Those who are writing, so your name and the county you represent. Yeah? Just your name, one name and the county. And I hope we can multitask. As they write, I wish to engage you and ask you a question. I was asked a question, but I'm asking you a question because we have to answer this, all of us. So you are the cabinet secretary of a ministry that is the den of corruption in this country, with a workforce that comprises 25% Kalenjin, 20% Kikuyu, 15% Luya, 10% Luo, 5% Kamba, 5% Kisi, and 20% others. You know, those others. So my friend from Northeastern, you are part of the 20%. Others, yeah? Have we had my question? You are the cabinet secretary. Karatasi imefika huko ama bado? So, all of you, I would like to start with my friend from Baringo. I repeat the question. Okay, you are the cabinet secretary in a ministry in Kenya that is the den of corruption, and the workforce comprises 25% Kalenjins, 20% Kikuyu, 15% Luya, 10% Luo, 5% Kamba and Kisi respectively, and 20% from the other, others. It's clear. It's clear. So I want to start with my friend from Baringo. Which tribe do you think the cabinet secretary comes from? So, somebody with that pen? Yours is Kalenjin? Please write that. Kalenjin or Kikuyu? My friend, you're from Kamba Nation? Or Kiambu? You? No, I don't know the majority, I don't know. So you will be? Where is the cabinet secretary coming from? Please put it down. Kikuyu or Kalenjin in that order. And you said you're from? Machakos. Where do you think the cabinet secretary is coming from? Kalenjin. Please, give it to him. Kalenjin. Nairobi. Kalenjin. Weka Kalenjin. Alafu nisaidia na kalamu. Ama kuna kalamu nyingine huku. Haya. You said you're from Homa Bay. Anatoka wapi? Kalenjin. Na wewe? Weka, tusiogope. Tutaanguka nayo. Wewe? Kikuyu, weka. And you? Please put it down. So how many are saying the cabinet secretary is Kalenjin? Come in front. Audience, tuko pamoja? Nataka tusaidiane hii kazi. 5 are saying definitely it's Kalenjin. 5 out of 8. Mtu waki hiyo percentage aniambie. Aya, kindly retreat. How many are saying it's Kikuyu? Like definite it's Kikuyu. 1 out of 8. Alafu 2 are saying it's a combination. So, where are you? Where is the weight? If you are to choose one, which one will it be? Kalenjin. So Kalenjin actually 7 out of 8. Tuko pamoja kwa hiyo count? Yeah? 7 out of 8. How many in the audience believe that it is Kalenjin? How many? Majority or... Please, just raise your hand tumaliza hii mambo haraka haraka. I guess it's like a majority. How many believe it's Kikuyu? Like moja. How many believe it's others? Like few. Kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, with your indulgence, Madam Moderator, ndio tuweze kupata majibu ya haya maswali. Saa ingine ni, it's good to engage. My question was, you are the cabinet secretary. You are the cabinet secretary. in the ministry that is a den of corruption. The workforce is as I shared with you. So who is the cabinet secretary? Which tribe are they from? Isn't it? So if you are the cabinet secretary now, umetoka Baringo, and you happen to be a Kaleos, it is you. If you are from Kiambus, it is you. If you are from Kikuyus, it is you. So in trying to answer your question on how best can we enhance ethical leadership, my response will be, leadership is not a position, but an action. Everybody is a leader. It is an action. The most important attributes that then enhances ethical leadership is about listening. We need to learn to listen. When you listen, then the constituency that you represent, you are likely to hear, feel, and walk their dreams and aspirations. True or false? When we don't listen, we focus on things that are not the issues. We start imagining, like all my leaders here have imagined. Before long, mwingine akisikia mwingine amesema that cabinet secretary must be Kalenjin, the Kikuyu anaanza kuona mbono natuingilia, and vice versa. So it breeds marginalization, discrimination, hostility, and all that. So what am I trying to say? Ethical leadership is about learning to listen and listening to what is being said. Not what we desire to hear, but what is being said. Because as a leader, you are saying you want to contribute towards making your society, including your family, a better place than you found it. How will you make it better if you don't listen to what is coming from those that you are leading? And as I've said, leadership is not the position, I'm the father of the house. So nikikuja nikikohoa, everybody lies down because I'm the father. It's about what are the needs of my household? Am I resonating with them in everything that I do? How am I helping them to achieve that which they desire to achieve? So listening. Number 2 is listening to what is being said. Number 3, taking responsibility. The good thing is, sijasikia wakipinga ati nimewaonea, nimewaangusha mtihani, si ndio? Si mmekubali tu mmefail. So taking responsibility. So as a leader, it's the whole question of success and failures, mistakes and errors that come as a result of you being in a place where you would have influenced a situation. Once you accept that I am part of this problem, then you are closer to finding a common solution for all of you. And number 3, service to all. When you are a minister in a ministry and you are accused, or your ministry is being perceived by the public to be corrupt, you don't start jumping and saying, munatuonea tu just because sisi ni wakaleo, ama sisi ni minority in that ministry. We serve everybody regardless, because you're serving humanity, you're not serving a tribe. In your house, when you have issues, and as a father, you're failing or you're succeeding, you can't say, oh, it's because my wife is Luo and I'm Luya, I think ni damu ya Kijaluo. Sindio? We look for solutions to make our household stand strong. So in conclusion, I know I've taken a lot of time, but I thought that was important, that we go through these motions together to sometimes see where our problem lies as a people. Before I point a finger at so-and-so, that they are not ethical or they are not leading in the way that they should, what is my role? How have I contributed to that? So ethical leadership, as my friend said, it's about doing the right thing all the time when nobody is seeing and remaining true to the cause. These things can be learned, they can be nurtured, and they can only be sustained by conviction. It must come from within. Borrowing from the speech by Professor in the morning, you must find that peace within yourself. It starts with you and not without you. So, no amount of legislation or preaching in church or mosques or constitution is going to bring forth these things. They must be within us. We must practice them, we must live them, and we must be ready to sustain them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wendo. A round of claps. At some point, I was thinking maybe you didn't tell us you're a part-time lecturer or something. But that was a good demonstration, sir. Thank you so much. And I've just learned something, that leadership is not a position, but an action. And again, I'm coming back to you because I relate so much because I'm a young person, as most of us here. And again, going back to what we do in our communities, we are doing so much. We are having climate champions, peace ambassadors like myself. We are having people from tech. We are having environmental champions, and so many things. So as we do that also, we're also doing a lot of advocacy, yes, and that is part of enhancing ethical leadership in our communities. And even all those sensitizations that we are doing in our communities, it all adds up to the sensitizing and enhancing that morals that we want in our communities. And again, as Miss Lillian said, it starts with us. So at every time, let us think about us. When no one is watching, that is what we want to even to see from the other people. And now my last question to Lillian now, because you work with Transparency International Kenya, how can good governance be achieved in our country or in our society? Let us start from down. How can we have good governance? Because you people deal with issues of corruption, integrity, and of course leadership in governance. So how can we achieve good governance?
Thank you, Diana. So I really like that question because we are living already in a testament, in a testimony of what collective action and citizen action can do, right? So I know this year was a huge turning point for our democracy in Kenya, and especially due to the fact that it was led and spearheaded by the youth, and it still continues to be. And we've seen the impact of when youth or people come together in terms of collective action for good governance. So there has been the case of the finance bill then that failed. There has been the case of the legislation, the attempted amendment to the Constitution. You remember the Constitutional Amendment Bill that then right now has more or less, for now, died down because of the overwhelming response by citizens. And we've seen many other things, Adani deal. So I'd like to say that as a youth, and we are very enlightened as the Kenyan youth and really the African youth that is there right now, and we all have a role. We've seen the power of doing something, whether it is retweeting or informing yourself or going to the streets, whichever way that may be, or even just enlightening members of your community and your family around issues to do with governance. So at this point, we always tell people at TI that what government does or what your leaders do, starting from even the lowest level, your chief, your MCA, your woman rep, whoever is there, your university leaders, as the case may be, will impact your life. So when you think of governance in a larger context within your community, within the country, you've all realized now that your MP will determine whether you're able to pay for university education next year, yeah? Because the bill will come to Parliament, and if they pass it, it means that it affects you directly. You've seen that your MP or whoever you chose will determine whether you have health care, whether you have medicine in hospitals, whether you're able to walk into a hospital and get treated. So governance is something that for a very long time, youth had, members of the public, including the youth, had really shied away from, and we were not getting engaged as we're supposed to. But I'm glad there's an awakening now. And I always say that leadership always starts with the citizen power is at the vote. So when you look at who we have in different elective positions, they are actually put there by us. So a lot of times we do an election cycle and then we start now complaining, distancing ourselves from the people who are there, but we have the power, yeah? So organizations like Transparency International, Conrad, whoever it is, all these NGOs, we are normally people try to hold us accountable for, why don't you now do something? Push people now, do something now. But at the end of the day, we always say during the elective season and that period when you vote as a citizen, you're the greatest, you have the greatest power. Yeah? Sovereignty rests to the people at poll one, yeah? Whether it is the people share or the people will. But the power rests with you to determine literally your future and the future of your kids and your generations to come. So I think it's important to emphasize that there's need for such consciousness even as we vote. And know for us as the youth, we get a lot of attempts to influence our decisions from our parents, and they try to lead us towards tribal lines and ethnic lines and the like. But I'm glad we are continuing to move towards a tribeless youth, people who want to make independent decisions, and we need to sustain that momentum, and especially for us here as leaders within our community, as empowered people, to keep assessing persons and empowering our communities to assess people once the election period comes. And to do that, one of the greatest qualities, and I'm glad it's in the theme of this conference, is ethics. So you can always assess ethics and integrity, because it's about what you see people standing up for. And people really cannot hide what they stand up for. They're always able to tell, is this person truthful, honest? Are they dealing with public resources in a way that they should not be able to deal with, or they should not be dealing with? So other than voting, of course, there's the secondary aspect of that, participating, and then holding leaders accountable in whatever space. A lot of us think of that at a very high level, national level, presidential level, but even within your community, your society, you have an obligation, which is a message we always preach and empower citizens to hold the people who hold power near them accountable. So it's your duty to get engaged. So even when we're seeing bills being published for public participation, just sit down, read through it, send an email to whichever office that is. Place a call to your MP, yeah? Text them. Do what needs to be done to get engaged, because all these things, as I said, will come back to affect you. Again, as the youth, we have so much power in terms of the digital capacity we have, so it urges us to leverage on our digital technology. And all of us here have a smart device, whether it's phone or a laptop, or you have access in one way or the other. So we always say that even as you do social media and whatever it is, you can do it for good. You can do it to advance good governance. You can inform yourself, actually educate yourself. There's so much material out there. If you need to be educated on issues of governance, social accountability, public funds and resources, public debt, you're seeing all these issues coming back to affect how we are taxed and how much you're paying out there in the life. Educate yourself. There's so many channels. You can go to Transparency International website, www.tikenya.org. You can go to our different organizations' websites. Educate yourself. It will help you to even be a better leader in the spaces you're occupying, because I know you're doing a lot of work to do with governance-related issues and accountability issues. Keep educating yourself. Lastly, I would say, maintain your integrity and uphold your values, because at the end of the day, that is what keeps you. We've seen people in different positions losing their jobs, but they're happy about it as long as they stood up for something they believed in. No, speaking to one of the speakers of one of the county assemblies, which I'm sure is that county is represented here, and he was telling me that his predecessor actually lost his job because he tried to implement a biometric system. So it's very interesting that even when you're in campus, because I remember at the time I was in campus, and there was an attempt to introduce a biometric system, and comrades really opposed that system. But then you go to the workplace and you have to abide by that system because it's there, yeah? To log in, you're coming in and you're going out. And then in the assemblies, because there was an issue with plenary, yeah? With the sitting with quorum for assembly sittings, and the observation was that a lot of MCAs are not going to attend plenary sessions unless it's something they find that has a lot of interest and they like, then they will attend. So the speaker tried to implement a biometric system, and they were not happy about that, and they ejected him, yeah? So these questions of integrity and ethics, they will stay with you throughout your life. So the main thing is to find your moral compass, hold on to it, and uphold your conviction, because I'm sure wherever that speaker is, he sleeps comfortably, yeah? He did the right thing, and he had no apologies about it. So sometimes there'll be repercussions for choosing the right side, especially in a country such as this one of ours, and a society whereby we really have seen a huge degradation of moral values. But choose to stand out and stick by your ethics and values. And that's the way we promote good governance now in the country, by starting with us, just to repeat that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lillian. Thank you for that. We are still going back to the same thing that we mentioned earlier, that it starts with us. So all these issues of integrity, all the issues of ethics and honesty and fairness, it has to start with us. And I was just having a discussion with my friend in the morning, and my friend told me that, Diana, we are all sick in this country. And I asked him, why so? But he was not able to answer. Maybe during question and answer, some of us can help me on that. Okay, so I'd also like to refer to one of the programs that we are doing in West Pokot. I was not privileged to have a discussion with some of us and to know what we are doing in our different spheres, and especially on peace building, because my next question is going to be on alternative dispute resolution. And one of them that we are doing in West Pokot as Kepako, we are using young people as peace builders. We are having this program that we are involving artists from we are having issues with our neighboring communities on these banditry issues. So we are using the 5 counties well-known artists to have peace songs, to have some cultural events, and all of them are meeting, and especially this season of festival season. And those are part of the solution that we are trying to put them together so that we can have a peaceful coexistence with our neighboring communities. We're also having another initiative, we call it Asali for Jamii, Asali Inua Jamii. This Asali Inua Jamii, we are donating beehives to victims of conflicts. Like, for instance, we are giving it to women who lost their husbands during that conflict. We are giving to young people who have been involved, or who are reformed bandits. And then you find that that is empowering the community and even changing their perspective of just ways of living. And so my next question now goes to you, Mr. Wendo, as to the broader picture of African community now. How can we, as African community, are we ready to embrace other peaceful avenues of resolving conflicts other than just the normal, maybe going to the streets or fighting each other on social media? Or what else can we have as an alternative dispute resolution in Africa?
Thank you for that question. And in trying to respond to it, I'll say that Africans are human beings. We are no exception. And no human being wants their rights and their dignity to be violated. And so, in that context, then Africans also desire to live in a peaceful society. And so, yes, Africans are ready to embrace anything that will grant them peace. And even in the context of sustainable development, we can't talk of sustainable development unless we are living peaceably. Because without peace, everything and anything that we build is going to crumble. So what makes African conflict sometimes complex and unique is you've got to look at the different and diverse forces that contribute to the conflicts that we have, including even at the base like cattle rustling, leave alone, political turmoil that we can have at the national level. Even that cattle rustling, if you look keenly and go deeper to finding out why it is happening and why those conflicts are then manifesting themselves in the communities, there are certain things that we miss in that chain. One of them, and the critical one that always affects Africans, is lack of accountability mechanisms. We do not know, or we usually do not have effective accountability mechanisms. Those who perpetuate, incite some of the things that we go through, actually, we usually exalt them. They become our heroes. That's why we have things like kinsmen, kingpins. If you look deep down, you will find there is something that these people actually do, and they have managed to bring on board communities, societies, clans, families against other communities, clans, and families for their own benefit. Most of the time, it's not a universal thing. It is something that people buy into it. And it's, as I've said, it is created and sustained because people are not being held accountable. That accountability mechanisms. So we grant at a national level, people do all manner of things with impunity. I was just sharing an experience with my friend in the morning, the kind of impunity we experience at this roundabout just because somebody is in the blue uniform. They can stop you at any time. So the lights are supposed to be working. They decide it is the hand sign, and when you decide, when you're not sure whether it is hand or it's light, suddenly you're pulled aside. And because he's in that uniform, they get away with all manner of things just because of that. And nobody holds them accountable. We grant immunity to those people who perpetuate things. Like in this room, if I was to ask what we went through in 2007, 2008, as an experience, a recent experience, but they have happened before. Are those people who were behind the things that happened, have they been held accountable? Because if they have not been held accountable, if I burnt Lillian's house back in wherever, the grudge between Lillian and I will continue regardless of how many handshakes we have in the city. So I hope we are getting that point. We must summon the courage to start calling each other out and say, we cannot continue until and unless we are able to address some of the underlying issues. How did we get here? Was it necessary for us to get here? And now that we know we are here, how do we get out of that? Because it is only in a peaceful society that we will have shared prosperity and not selfish prosperity, where people are using all manner of, machineries to either enrich themselves or for them to place themselves at a higher political vantage point so that they can take advantage of the masses. So yes, Africans are always seeking and desiring to have peaceful coexistence amongst themselves. The question has always been, how can we live at peace when I know Lillian, who burnt my house, she's still going on with her life, And even some of the animals that she's enjoying the fruits of are actually stolen from my farm, and nobody has ever been, she's never been called to book, and for us to resolve that. So until we get that right, I think we'll continue having these challenges, but they're surmountable once we open our eyes. As a continent, we also need to look at who are behind some of the conflicts that we have at a national level and why. The continent has a rich deposit of minerals and natural resources. Somebody somewhere thrives in the chaos. When I fight you and we fight, we have no time to exploit and fully utilize that which we have. So as we fight, somebody is busy taking our minerals and our resources somewhere and making good use of them. So the chaos for them is good for us. But we can't perpetually blame somebody. It's about time now, especially the youth. I have seen some of the things that you guys do, where now we are even interrogating some of the big farms in Africa and in Kenya. Who is owning 100,000 of acres somewhere? And what are they doing with it? Those questions are important, so that if that person acquired the 100,000 of acres legally, procedurally, so be it. Let them use it for the benefit of the country. But if they did not acquire it, we go back to how can we remedy this so that we live in peace, not just those of us who are here now, but even for the generations that will come after us. Otherwise, we are sitting on a time bomb and we never know which direction it will take once it crystallizes.
My takeaway on that is there is peace when there's justice. Yeah? Okay, so let us go to plenary. Just 2 questions from our audience directed to Ms. Lillian and Mr. Wendell, and then we'll have a closing remark.
Thank you very much. So there's this demonstration that you have done to us as you are explaining ethical leadership. I need just to understand this scenario. Now, we live in Kenya, all of us. And this thing, the reason why the youths are very agitated of all this that are happening is the issue of tribal thing that's happening in these ministries and all that. Whereas I agree we failed the question there. I want you to demystify how shall we be able to solve the issue of, because I'm looking at the percentage ratio that you gave, and you can see that some tribes are dominating, and that thing is the thing that's eating a lot of ministries around in our country, and there's no progress because people put busybodies in those ministries, So how can we be able to solve that? So that if we are doing this, is it restructuring, or is it just sound leadership, or how can we be able to go about it? Because I think that one really is a very stubborn thing in our skin. Thank you so much. From the others, let me give you.
I believe it's a good afternoon. I agree we failed, but as he said, most of us, the first thing that came to mind is, why is this thing subdivided? Or the positions that are available were given in such a manner. That is the first thing that came to mind. So for me, my takeaway first, and maybe I might be able to answer you, is most of us as youths, we don't have what we call the power to change the policies. Policies are what are keeping us intact where we are. We have the knowledge, we have the strength, we have the numbers. But as long as our numbers cannot make any significant changes, then there's nothing we're going to achieve. All we'll be doing is making noises on the streets, online, but at the end of the day, things are happening behind closed doors where these policies are being signed, these policies are being put into measures, they are being implemented. So how are our youths going to get these opportunities to be able to be change makers, policy makers, so that we can be able to change what is happening. Because for me, I believe policies are the things that are holding us behind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I agree with you, Abdi. The other day we joined there was an event happening with Kenya Red Cross and French Red Cross as they were empowering us women, young women, to be entrepreneurs. They held a meeting called intergenerational something to do with youth, yeah? So we had panelists like this, about 6 of them. They were telling us how millions and billions have been kept to empower youth, I don't know, to make us grow and everything. We were listening. And then I raised my hand asking, we've been volunteering for these international humanitarian organizations, yeah, for so many years. But when job opening comes, personally, I believe I'm a good leader. When opening comes, we just find, thank you, we just, tunashtukia tu, someone we never met is sitting in board of directors. Someone has been appointed as so and so and so. When are we going to get these opportunities? Because we just sit there listening about billions and millions, but we don't see anything tangible or visible. Yes, people are being empowered. Yeah, but you are mentoring us, giving us skills and so many things. We are ready. Where are the jobs? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucy Iwaton from Laikipia County. I would like to ask a question on social justice. I'll agree with my fellows here, all of them what they are saying. The youths are not getting the opportunity because the person who is making the policy, the person who is supposed to protect us, especially Kasongo, you see, he's frustrating us until we are not able to ask a question, because atasema kesho tumetoa milioni, tumetenga milioni to help the youths. But the implementation part, mahali sasa inatumika, hatupati. So the question comes in, you as our mentors, you are that group which is already on the stronger part that has power. How are you able to help us? Like now, if we want to ask questions directly to the government, how are you guys going to bridge that gap? Like you'll help us in the lawmaking there. Thank you.
Due to time, please, let us just handle the 4 questions. And the first one was directed to Mr. Wendo on your demonstration. So please just handle that. And then the second question was, the second one and the third one was almost the same, on how can youth have chance to be in the policy making table or to have the opportunities to be change makers. And the fourth one was on issues of social justice. So Mr. Wendo, you can take it, and then Lily.
All right, thank you very much for those questions and for the engagement. And I think I like that. That's the whole reason why I had that demonstration. What I wanted to depict with that demonstration was just to bring forth the point that we, and we I mean all of us, are contributing to the problems that we have as a society. If you listen keenly to what Professor Bowen said in the morning, when we come to the table with anger, we lose objectivity, we lose focus, and we miss out on the main issues. Because we've already have a preconceived mind and prejudices on who we are going to point a finger at. Forgetting what Lillian has just talked about, the rain started beating us at the point when we elected people who are otherwise not fit to represent your needs and my needs and the desires and aspirations of all of us. For some reason, we were persuaded to vote in a certain way from the MCA, MP, women's rep, whatever, all the way to even the presidency. We were persuaded by things and that were beyond what carried the aspirations of you and I. Because as I've told you, leadership is not being in power. Leadership is about taking action. So if my MCA is doing things that do not resonate with the things that we as the people of that ward desire of our representative, remember he's representing us. It is not his position. It is our position donated to him. So he's supposed to be doing things and speaking a language that represents us. When we fail at that particular point, everything else that we do subsequently is lamentation or trying to minimize and reduce damage that has already been done. So for how long we are going to live with that consequence, again, it's up to you and I to stand up and say, Mr. CS, Mr. MCA, what you're doing does not represent us. And we cannot afford, in the face of bad governance, to project hopelessness. That will not take us anywhere. First of all, we cannot afford to be hopeless. We must know that as a citizenry, the power vests and rests with us, first and foremost. So we also don't have to engage in conflict or disagree in an aggressive way that then destroys even the little that we have. We can engage in an objective way by pointing out the things that we don't like. So I like the point that you bring forth of the ministries could be skewed in terms of staffing in the way that I described. By the way, that was just an example. Probably there aren't ministries like that, but it was just an example. But if they are skewed in that manner, and you are aware of that, what are you doing at your level? Personally first, you have this knowledge. This ministry actually is not balanced. Sorry? So, yeah, because of time. So the ministry is not balanced. Why can't we, put down these things and then use them with the help of our representatives or even the masses to say, we don't find this thing to be appropriate and we think there's need for change. I am pressed for time. We can continue with the conversation, but I hope I have tried to place the genesis of our problems.
Miss Lillian, please, just 1 minute as we...
Yeah, so I can respond to those issues as I also make the closing remarks from my side. So I hear your frustrations pertaining to being able to have opportunities to influence policy, being able to get jobs, as she adequately articulated, and what also Lucy said from Laikipia. Yeah? How do we help the youth bridge the gap between yourselves and the duty bearers or the leaders in issues of policy? So I also share in those frustrations because in the work I do, we deal directly with citizens every other day and also with leaders. So we've realized there's so many issues, and just to try back to what I already said before. The question then becomes, of course, the people with the responsibility to deal with these issues are the leaders we have, Sindio. So they're the ones with the responsibility, whether it's legislation, ama judiciary, ama the executive, implementing policies and doing things for us and development and service delivery. But then the question boils back to who put those leaders there? Okay? Sinisisi pia bado. Because how else did they get the power? Because as a person who's been in this governance field, as a governance practitioner and a legal mind, because we work a lot with parliament, both at the national level and at the county assemblies, to do legislation and policies, I have seen both sides of both citizens and the leaders and how they think. So a lot of these leaders actually don't even have the belief that they work for mwananchi. Why? Because walichaguliwa sababu walipatia watu 50 bob na 200 na unga, and then people voted for them. So then they know it's their money that got them there, yeah? And true, right? So people voted for them because waliwapatia pesa. So now at the end of the day, when you try to hold them accountable, you've seen even how they spoke to us during the finance bill protest there, even as people were salimiaing, as we were salimiaing them, you saw they kept saying, as we respond to, or we work for one person, the president or whoever it is, yeah? So until we change how we do our elective politics, I really do not believe things can ever change. Because the people there have now become too accustomed to getting there through the wrong channels, through money. And you know, when they get to the office, they have to recoup their money. So that's how they now begin to steal. So that's how corruption is perpetuated. They have to recover their money and then also save some for 2027 to come back and bribe people, yeah? So until we break that chain, and that can only be through voting for people with integrity. Because even if we have good policies, because in some cases we have really good laws and legislation, but no one adheres to those laws and legislation. Why? Because, well, they don't want to, especially if they will work against them, which is why I know there's especially a lot of frustration around the criminal justice system. We always ask ourselves, why are people who are corrupt not in jail? They're actually in our public offices. So it's because the criminal justice system, they come into power and then they make sure that the police people, the heads of police, the DPP, and I'm not pointing to anyone, but those institutions are captured in a way that no one will take any action against them. So we will live with our frustrations because we elected people who do not care to uphold the law or morality, and really at the end of the day also do not care about citizens because of how they got there. So I do believe that the root cause of addressing all our issues, including unemployment and the like, you know, we always talk about who are the millionaires, billionaires in this country. It's not people who were entrepreneurs. It's not the Manu Chandarias who are in office right now. The billionaires and millionaires in this country are people who've held government positions. So they can't come up with manufacturing to create employment. They can't come up with progressive policies to create youth employment, because even them, they didn't get there through those channels. So you can't expect them to solve our problems. So until the day we decide as a country that we've had enough and we want to vote for good people, I think we'll keep lamenting. But also not everything is, no, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So even as we wait to vote in good leaders, as I said before, we still have a responsibility to do the much we can to influence policy through the ways we can. So public participation, put in your input, express your discontent. So we saw Adani deals were stopped. Why? Because there was such a push. But of course, the other side of the American indictment, also helped, but we have to keep using our voices as well as the youth, even as we wait to effect our true power at the vote. Okay.
Thank you so much, Lillian and Mr. Wendell. This is part of actually enhancing ethical leadership in our communities. I'm sure when you're going back home, we are not going to be the same as we came in. So thanks to Global Peace Foundation for this opportunity. And I was your moderator, Diana, and back to you, Willis.
Let's appreciate that panel. You can do better than that. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful panel. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the wonderful thoughts that you've shared. We really appreciate it. Did you get something? So in our midst, I want to recognize the UNICAF country director and Ms. Winnie. Please wait for us. She's in the house. She will be telling you more about UNICAF, and also you will get time to engage with her. Also, we had briefly the Youth Plus founder and chief executive officer who has just stepped out. Let's appreciate him in his absence. And we have got a European Union Youth Sounding Board representative. She's also in the house. So it's a wonderful engagement. So during the networking session, make sure at least you get a new number in your phone. Yeah. Sindio? Okay, now to usher us into the next session, please let's all rise up. We do a small exercise. Just a small exercise of stretching. DJ. Yeah, so you, okay. So you'll just do what the screen will be showing what you need to do, okay? So you just follow. Use the video and, yes. It has a video version. Just play the video version. Okay, so since they are still working on, please say high five to 5 people. High five to 5 people, very quickly. High five to 5 people. High five to 5 people. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Clap for yourselves. Now, among the 5 people, nani amejua watu watano? Watu watano, 100 shillings for you. Watu watano. Umejua mgani na gani na gani. No, don't the one that was next to you. No. Don't rig. Pass. Hiyo imepita tu hiyo. So when I tell you to know 5 people, say high five. Unamuza how? So that you know. Sawa. So let's be seated. Are you ready for the next session? Okay, so for the next session, we have a wonderful panel. And please pay attention because the panel coming is a very rich panel and can really inspire you even in your innovations, especially for those who are in entrepreneurship and those who are also in new innovations that need funding. Sema funding. Because some of the funders are inside the panel. Sawa. So I trust that you will find this session very wonderful. And as we dive into our second panel discussion, which promises to be just as insightful as the first one, I promise you that this one will be talking on or will explore on innovative entrepreneurship, driving economic growth, job creation, and sustainable development. Hiyo ni kizungu yote. So ni mambo tu na kazi, innovations, and entrepreneurship. Biashara ama? Zinaitwa biashara? Hustle. Zinaitwa hustle. Acha nikuje kwa ile lugha mnaelewa vizuri, si ndio? So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our wonderful moderator for this session. She is the director at Guiding Ray Consultants with a wealth of experience and expertise in economic growth and sustainable development. She is perfectly poised to guide this important panel conversation. Let's give her a warm welcome as she takes the stage to introduce the panelists. Please allow me to welcome on stage Ms. Nangani Nasaka. Let's appreciate her. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nangani. We have your attention.
Hello. Okay, why am I seated like this? First off, allow me to apologize because when I was fixing my wardrobe for today, it kind of escaped my mind that I was going to do a panel today. So this is what I'm going to do, just to respect you and make sure that I am not out of order. So the beautiful name is Nangami Masaha. I'm a public speaker, a corporate trainer, and a mentor. Usually I dwell on matters self-mastery. I've seen one of my students here. I'm also a public speaking trainer. And I love it when, yes, she's right there. So So I want to introduce the panel today that we are going to have because we're going to discuss matters entrepreneurship. I have a background in finance and banking, so this is something that I am quite vast when it comes to matters money. And I know that usually, by the way, as a public speaker, and from a public speaking perspective, this is usually the worst time for you to handle a panel because everyone is hungry and you just want to be out of here, go and have lunch. So I want to promise you that I'm going to make it fun, interesting, exciting, and short and sweet because for a public speaker, you're supposed to make it short and sweet. So because I've been given perhaps 40 to 45 minutes, I'm going to make sure that I make it worth your while within the next 30 minutes. So please just brace yourselves for the next 30 minutes where we're going to be engaging each other. So without further ado, let me introduce my esteemed panel. So I'm going to start with, obviously, ladies first. So Miss Winnie Rachel. Miss Winnie Rachel, thank you so much. She's the country manager, UNICAF. And then Mr. Daniel Mathenge, who's the acting manager, commercial infrastructure, Youth Enterprise Development Fund. So thank you, welcome. All right, I don't know. Oh, you have enough microphones? That's okay. Okay. Oh, you'll share. All right. Thank you so much. So before we get into the hang of things, or at least into the gist, I will allow the guests to introduce themselves because I have a feeling that I didn't do justice to the caliber of people who are sitting just next to me. So I'll start with the beautiful lady. Kindly introduce yourself.
Hello. That energy is too low. Hi. For youths, that name is too big, the President Fellowship. And when that banner was on my Facebook page, I got so many phone calls. So you should know the caliber of who you are, right? So you speak with vigor. Hello? Yeah, that's better. My name is Winnie Rachel Atieno. I serve as the country manager for UNICAF in Kenya. So we'll get to know what UNICAF does and how it entangles with all this conversation that you're having today. On my other part of life, I run a foundation called the Bow Foundation. You can find it on social media, and I'm really, really excited to be here. Looking to engage with all of you. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Mr. Mathenge.
Well, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to engage with the youth of the I'm very excited to be here today. I said my name is Daniel. I work for the Youth Enterprise Development Agency, Youth Enterprise Development Fund. I'm the head of commercial infrastructure. At commercial infrastructure, specifically with supporting innovation, but beyond that, the other things that the Youth Enterprise get to do, which I shall be sharing with you with time.
All right, thank you so much. So I want to get right into it because we are discussing a myriad of things. So we are moving from driving economic growth, job creation, and sustainable development. But first off, I just want to start with a question, especially for those for the people here who are into entrepreneurship. And I just want to understand from you, Mr. Mathenge, what is the qualities? I think I would throw the question to you similar to what I did to Ms. Ayushi, just to ask you, what are the qualities of an entrepreneur or people who are out here seeking to get the myriad of, or perhaps the buffet of opportunities that are out here?
I think one key quality of an entrepreneur is resilience. You do understand the environment we run with, especially in Kenya. It's quite bumpy, and if you got to be an entrepreneur, you have to be quite resilient. Number two is that you must be a master in the game. By being a master in the game, although these are qualities that you develop and get with time, you don't just get into a business because you see others doing it. You have to get to know how to do it. And through this, there are various ways in which you can go to do it. You can get someone to handhold you. You can get mentorship. You have to engage in, you have to be capacity build so that then you can be able to handle your business in a professional and in a way that is globally accepted. And at the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, those are some of the services that we can be able to offer you.
All right. So I would like to pass the same thing to Miss Winnie. There's a list of things that people look out for. Is it knowledge? Is it access? Is it strategy? What is the first thing that someone needs to have as they get into figuring out what it is they want to do first?
All right. I think one of the greatest qualities that you need to have as an entrepreneur is to have a vision. You have to be a visionary thinker. A lot of things change in today's world. 2 or 3 years ago, businesses have transformed tremendously. That's because something sudden really happened in the market. COVID was here, and a lot of disruption came in. And so, as an individual, if you're getting to be an entrepreneur, then you have to have a mind whereby you can be able to think on your feet, change strategies very fast, and be able to actually adapt to the new challenges that come in the market. So I believe one of the key things that you should do, you be a dreamer. And as you become a dreamer, you become somebody who has a very good vision of where you want to go. You know, most of us, when we get into entrepreneurship, we do it just like he said, because you saw so and so is doing it. But what is the vision? Where do you want to go? How you want to achieve it? Which road do you want to walk when you want to get there? If you meet any challenges along the way, then how do you want to sort out that? The second thing that I would like to talk about is adaptability and resilience, and I think he has mentioned that as part of it. But what I want to add is, in most of the time, we try and fit in scenarios where we have seen somebody doing this particular of business, but how adaptable are you in that particular business that you're looking at? As an individual, we find ourselves having different characteristics or how we are made as a person. Are you an introvert? Are you an extrovert? As you get into this business, it requires you to speak to people. Are you able to speak to people, or you're the kind of person when you see people, you want to coil back and get back into the house? Then you're not in the right business, because it's going to frustrate you. It's going to make you not give it your best, because you feel really underwhelmed when you look at it. The other one I want to talk about is the digital and technological savviness. In today's world, literally, when I saw her, I'll tell you that the first place I saw her was in TikTok, and I was telling Sheila, I see her a lot on TikTok when she's doing stuff. Yeah, but I've never met her. Yeah, so when I saw her, like, that looks like a familiar face. But how would I know what she does if she's not on social media? Today's world, if your business is somewhere and you're not speaking about it to the entire world, then it becomes very difficult for you to actually break through. So we need a generation, and this upcoming generation should be very, very quick to adapt to the technology that is coming up, AI, and all these things that we can be able to take advantage to. The other point that I would wish to talk about is customer-centric approach, and I think I liked what our speaker mentioned when she said that you will need to understand the end user of your product. So at the end of the day, what problem are you solving? You just don't wake up, you want to be an entrepreneur. So what is the need? Why do we need to understand why Joshua or Leah is actually selling this particular service? How does it impact me? And also the other thing, it is commitment, sustainability of that particular business that you're looking at. How sustainable is it? In the next 3 years, will it really matter if it's a business you're looking at, or it's a, like we said, the hustle? We are a hustling generation, which is a term I usually stay away from, because hustling is a lot of struggle, right? And so when you are looking at being an entrepreneur, as much as there are challenges, I believe at the end of the day, we should be having a breakthrough and be able to work in projects that are sustainable at the end of the day.
Yes, thank you so much. In fact, it's interesting now that she's brought the idea of your ability to speak, because obviously this is my forte now, and I'm going to speak from a place of bias, which is one of the places that you need to start, especially when it's time for you to evangelize your business, because no one else should be able to evangelize you or evangelize your business better than you can ever do yourself, because you should be able to sell your business or yourself to you before you can even decide to sell it on someone else. And this is always a challenge, by the way, even for me, whenever I have conversations with wannabe entrepreneurs and people who are in the working environment, it's very difficult for them to sell themselves to them, and you want to sell a product. You cannot sell a product if you've not even sold it to yourself. So even your ability to speak usually is an incredible thing, because then that's the only way you can sell. You should be able to persuade and convince people. So I totally agree with you that one of the things also adaptability and your ability to communicate. This is something that goes without saying, obviously, because the people who get opportunities and the people who get ahead, obviously, are the people who can wax lyrical to some extent, and that usually is a great thing if you can master that. Now, I want to bring it to you, Mr. Mathenge, especially now that, the questions that are coming towards the first panelists was matters to do with opportunities, and obviously there's this feeling that the youth have been left out, they're out of policy, they're out of opportunities. So what kind of advice would you give them when it comes to creating opportunities? Because I think we are moving away from being handed things to creating opportunities. So what advice could you give to them?
Well, I work for the government, and when you talk of opportunities, when the government gave us the mandates, we have several mandates that we address for and on behalf of government. And most of you know us for giving out money, but there are so many other things that we get to do, and it would be great to see some of you come to our offices, so then we can have a sitting and see how best we can be able to work with you. On the question on how we can be able to create opportunities, from where we sit and as a Youth Enterprise Development Fund, we believe that opportunities exist anywhere and everywhere. Even when there are crises, there will be opportunities. And it is upon us as young people to be able to seize these opportunities and convert them into business ideas. I'll give you an example. During the COVID, there are people who viewed COVID as a crisis. They got to close down their businesses and they were not able to operate henceforth. Some of them cut down on their staff and they were not able to recover even a post-COVID period. But from where we sit, we believe that opportunities exist everywhere. If you go out there, right outside the gate, you'll experience humongous traffic jam. That is an opportunity for you. If you can be able to create a solution to such societal problems, then I can assure you there is money that waits for you. If you walk down here, I think there's a river that passes here that is ever in, it's not in a very good state. That too is an opportunity for you. Even from where we're seated here, there are people that will come here and they're able to see opportunities in our midst. And therefore, I think crisis can also be ways in which you can be able to create opportunities, seize them, and be able to create entrepreneurship opportunities from there. If you're able to give us slow solutions, as we speak currently, employment is a big problem. And I think even as we sit here, usually when I sit in this kind of forums and I go out, the first thing is I see people asking for my numbers, and 2-3 days down the line, they want to have a sitting with me so that I can see how we can be able to assist them with jobs. But we also realize that lack of job can be an opportunity for you. We've had people that have formed labor agencies that are able to export people out of this country. Last week we had a forum in Bukura Agricultural College where we were recruiting students to go to the United Kingdom to do jobs in seasonal jobs in the United Kingdom. And you should have seen the kind of money the person who was coordinating the entire that job that he was making. He's a Kenyan. He's sorting the problem of unemployment by giving us a solution. He's been able to source jobs out of the country. He brought them here, and before you go, there's some money he makes, and he's able to get you a job out of the country. In other words, what I'm trying to say, crises and problems can create opportunities for you. I think that is it.
Yeah, that's an interesting take, because obviously that has also kind of been my take, that when there is no opportunities, then you tend to create opportunities for yourself, and obviously opportunities will meet you when you're prepared. So I want to obviously then ask you the question, Miss Winnie, when it comes to education, because I can tell that everyone who's sat just in front of us here is well-read, they're educated, and they think that they've got matter between their ears, and it's supposed to materialize into something. So how can you, in terms of defending the importance of education in the marketplace and how it can better situate them in terms of also just harnessing the opportunities?
Oh, great. That's a great one. One thing I would like to share with the audience today is life learning opportunities. You have to stay very curious with the changes that happen, even in the education sector. As an entrepreneur, learn the new skills. There's one thing that we usually ask youths, and I'm going to ask them today, and I need a response, okay? Promise you're going to respond, and I want a uniform response, okay? Not one person, okay? So if we say, Vivian, so who taught you that? Sorry? Sorry? That same energy you do to TikTok and cram an entire challenge and dance, which is all good. Yeah, it's good for fun, it's good for all those things. That is the same energy you need to do when it comes to learning. Yeah, because we tend to wait that I'm waiting for this conference so that I go and hear so and so speak about what. What initiatives have you taken? What short courses have you taken? What impact have you brought yourself in terms of taking the responsibility of just checking what is new, what is being done in the US market, what is done in Congo? I'm thinking about this design, we're talking about design thinking at this moment. I'm thinking about this particular project, but somebody else who did it in Uganda, what were the success rates? What did they do? Why did they fail? So that as I do this, I know where to go. So in that, we also encourage you to actually take responsibility of your own self and try and uplift yourself in terms of education. At UNICAF, where I work, which is an international organization, our key mandate is to seek for funding so that we can be able to give scholarships to all of you. How many people know about UNICAF? Just where, that's serious, a big number. Did you know it from the banner? Or like Vivian? I'm just curious. Yeah, but I wanted to say that, like for instance, how many opportunities of scholarships do you know? Where can you get scholarships so that you can be able to be trained, you can be able to get new knowledge, can you get forums for fellowships and all those things? So for me, your question is very timely because I think it is time as youths, and when we're talking about opportunity, I always say opportunity must meet hard work. If you have not positioned yourself in that particular opportunity, it will bypass you, even when those scenarios where you've been presented by a chance to get something out of it, you will miss it. So I encourage all of us to encourage lifelong learning, to ensure that you take courses, you take challenges, not Vivian, but now in the sector of what you're doing and all that. Okay? Are we in agreement? Yeah. Tujitu?
Now, I want to ask our panelists the final questions before we get into a Q&A so that we can get on with the rest of the program. So, Mr. Mathenga, I would like to ask you in terms of funding has always been a problem for most people because the ideas are there. I think we are idea generating kind of people. We always come up with ideas on the couch, in the shower. You always have an idea. But where the rubber meets the road now, it's the money to drive this idea. And sometimes I'm so sure there's so many people who are here and they don't know that these perhaps availability of funds, they don't know that the government has allocated money where you just need to check off a few things on the box and then you're up for the money. Most people don't even know that there are enterprises, women enterprise, youth enterprise, so many places to get the funding. So is it an information issue? Is it ignorance? Because I'm thinking beyond the VCs, although I'm not so sure in terms of the quality of the VCs in this country and angel investors. But as a government, it usually also is incredible when it comes to supporting youth in broadening in terms of their ideas. So what's lacking?
Well, that's an interesting question. Whenever I address young people at institutions of higher learning, it's a common denominator question, funding. And at the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, of course we do give young people money. But I just want to show by a show of hand, how many of you have ever heard of the Youth Enterprise Development Fund? Well, I think like 60%, and I think that's where the problem starts. The Youth Enterprise Development Fund was established in the year 2007 by His Excellency, the former President of the Republic of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki. The reason we established is to provide fund or money to young entrepreneurs. So if you have a business and you want to start, and you're experiencing either liquidity issues, the place to run to is the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. We are located just a walk from here, next to Radisson Blue, and we have representation in 47 counties. So if you go to your county, you will find the Youth Enterprise Development Fund there. And how do we give money? Because I want to be very, I'll do this very fast. We can give money either to you as an individual, or we can give money to you as a group. So under group loan, what we do is that you form a group, go to your county, have yourself registered as a group. As long as you have that certificate, you can pop into our offices. We start you off with 100,000 Kenya shillings. Then after you've repaid the 100,000 Kenya shillings, we upgrade to 200, from 200 to 400, from 400 to 600, then to 1 million Kenya shillings. Once now you've been able to get up to 1 million Kenya shillings, our belief is that you'll have grown enough, you'll have grown your bank account, and you can come back to us and borrow as an individual. Now, when you borrow as an individual, we start you off. Because in this case now you're not secured. We cannot, if you were to give each and every one of you money without some form of security, then you need to close down shop. So if you don't fit within the individual funding, then you need it in a group. And as an individual, you can give up to 5 million Kenya shillings. Thus far, we have capitation of up to 15 billion Kenya shillings, and we have funded 168,000 businesses since inception. No, the other thing that we do, but that question is very specific. Especially we also do, maybe just mention a few, although it was not asked here, we also facilitate youth to go and work out of the country. Last week, as I mentioned earlier, we had an interviewer from the UK who was recruiting for us he was very specific. He was getting recruits from in the field of agriculture. And I think in a week's time, they'll have gone to UK to do seasonal jobs where they're earning up to 300,000 Kenya shillings. Now those jobs, what happens is, once you get a job, once the employer has recruited you and is okay with you, we'll finance you to go and work. We give you all the money for visa, medical, air ticket, but then when you start working in the UK, the employer deducts and pays back our money, and after you've completed paying, then that is it. We also do capacity building. We support innovations, and I think that question is very specific to innovations. Innovations that are a bit challenging to finance because one, they require either to do what you call angel capital. We can do venture capital, private equity, or equity. But on the structure of innovations is that we haven't quite developed that product robustly. What you're doing is that we're starting with policy, and I sit in the national. I'm currently sitting in the. Actually, I came from that committee. We are developing the policy on how to finance startup because I think that is deficient in the country. Once now that the policy has been developed, it will go to an act of parliament. An act of parliament shall be developed. Then from an act of parliament, from that then we're able to come up with a kitty. Because how innovations are financed is quite different from the conventional way of banking, where you go to a bank and you ask for a bank statement and quite a number of other things. But innovation financing does not work that way. You need someone who can be able to put money into your innovation, develop a prototype. Once it's gone to the market, you scale up, and then from there the angel either pulls out and leave the business to you, and you're able to grow on your own. So that's how we want to start. We are structuring the product, and we believe in the next 1 or 2 years we should be able to put it in the market.
All right, that is really great, because it's great news, especially towards the last part, because I know that there's some of you who are into innovative stuff, startups, and usually when you go to the kind of private, equity or the VCs, usually they're like sharks when it comes to putting money on you so that they can back you up. But I'm thinking as a government, perhaps it can be a bit incentivized such that the rates are smaller compared to, when someone comes and says, I'm going to put 1 million in your business and I want 50% of, this entire thing. So what are the logistics behind it?
Well, as I said, that committee, it's still work in progress. What we're doing is that we're starting with a policy. Governments, and it was mentioned somewhere, we start with policy, then we make it an act. But from the board, what we've been pushing at the Youth Enterprise Development Fund board is to have what we call a kitty, separate from the loan kitty. Because I'm telling you, if you walk to any institution with an invention, be it as fine as this phone, if you want to walk to any bank, then I'm telling you it will be next to impossible to get funding to finance your innovation. So we want to have a separate kitty from the one of loaning, so that when you come to us and you have an innovation, we don't ask you to go to a credit department. We have a kitty specifically for you that doesn't attract any interest, that doesn't attract it's a straightforward kitty where we put money into an innovation as long as we are convinced it is strong enough, it is resilient, and it has a future. So that's the direction we want to take as government on matters financing innovations.
Oh, all right. That's interesting. That's promising. We'll be here to see at the end of 2 years what you come up with, so that perhaps we can also get onto the bandwagon and see if you can get the financing. Now, finally, I want to ask the question to Ms. Winnie when it comes to the challenges that most people face when it comes to this entire thing, how they can brace for the challenges, because I think the only thing that is keeping people away from making money is the challenges, because the challenges are either the ones that will make you resilient and stay on course, or they're the ones that will take you out. So in terms of having the qualities, for anyone who wants to get into business, or for someone who's in school pursuing higher education, what is the things that they need to have just to stay sane? Because I think right now, the only thing most of us want to have is just the ability to stay sane as everything is happening.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'll talk about is having mentors. There are people who have been before you, they have done it, like we said earlier. Some have taken a very short period of time to just make it. Some people took a long time, but there are mentors outside there who have gone through these processes. So you need to look out for people in that field. You cannot be an engineer and you are hanging out with farmers. Okay, you are not going to grow in that field. So you need to check on the business that you are looking into and try and align yourself with the people who can be able to take you through the next step when it comes to that. The other challenge, of course, that is very common is funding. So what is the efforts that you have done in terms of research to get to know? We just had one here. I know most of us probably did not know how that works. And most of it sometimes is in the perceptions we have, because just to think it's government, that's just it. I'm done. I'm not getting into this. I don't want to learn about it. I'm not going to benefit from it. But yet somebody seated here has told you that people have already moved and going to the UK, and they're going to be earning that amount of money. So I think the lack of funding also, I want to tie it back to our perceptions as people. You need to really change your way of thinking and be positive when you're in the business or when you're an entrepreneur. The other thing I'd like to talk about, the challenges that we encounter, is the societal expectations that we have from people, and that's the pressures. So when you start a business, it's like literally you're walking on eggshells because everybody is like, tunampatia mwaka moja, or yeah. So you are always there, and people are hawk-eyed looking at you, and you're afraid of it, and you don't know what to do the next. One thing I'd like to just remind you all today is that you need to take up whatever you're doing with so much positivity, do your research, try and get information of how you can make it better, and just roll out. Yeah.
All right, so that was broad. In fact, when it comes to mentors, I'm really huge when it comes to mentors because I'm a mentor myself and I understand what that does, especially when you're not doing really well. And then when you find someone who is willing and capable of holding your hand, it just opens a kind of heaven, I would like to say. It opens you up to a different universe because you need to have your hand held by people who've gone before you so that they can show you things that you didn't even know were possible. That's one of the importance of having mentors. So I just want to throw a question to the audience, or at least give you an opportunity to ask the great panelists here a question. Wow. All right. The gentleman here, his hand was up first. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for that discussion. My name is James Dabalen, and I'm representing Marsabit County. So I think the biggest challenge on entrepreneurship and the invention is corruption, which it has now become a culture in our country. How can we deal with that? Because everything revolves around that. Because when you start a business, there are people coming after you. Another thing is, how do we incorporate foresight approach in our policy making, in our businesses, because many businesses fail because they don't think about the future. How does this affect the future? For example, I'll pick one of the programs that the government have, the housing program. I think they haven't incorporated the foresight approach because the Gen Zs or the current generation, I think they won't feel happy to be in such houses. Did they ask them if they want to be in such houses? Because that is not looking at the future. Because we still have houses that are not occupied, and still there was also houses that are being built. So my question is, how can we incorporate the foresight approach in our businesses? Thank you.
Then we'll only take, I don't know, should we take another one? One from a lady. Yes, the lady up there. The one whose hand is still up.
Hi. My name is Zanet from the first cohort of the Presidential Fellows. I have 2 or 3 questions. Money versus ideas. You know, most of us, we have ideas, we don't have money. So how does it work to bring out peace and establish cohesive environment for us to work together with the government that says that integrity is part of it, when we know that our constitution is never followed as it is described in paper, but on the ground it is not as so. My question is to the Madam for UNICAF. She has talked about adaptability. We would like to adapt to the environment, but it makes us lose our dreams so that we can align to other people's dreams. So how does it affect us as a community, especially now that we want to make it a better place by instilling peace and making sure that our finances are going along with our ideas? And the last question, how do we measure integrity? And how can it relay to produce results? Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. I really would like to engage all of you, but I don't know. All right. I guess we have to be cognizant of time, so I'll just allow the panelists to answer the questions that we have. Okay, let me take your question and then yours. Yes, and then the lady in wonderful African attire. Yes.
Okay.
You look lovely, by the way.
Thank you. Mine is more of a comment. I'm a recipient of the Youth Enterprise Fund, but I would really want to see you coming to meet us where we are. You have asked us whether we know the Youth Enterprise Fund. Most of us have said we do. But there's also the question is, why aren't the youth applying for this enterprise funding? 2, can we see a revolution in communication, move from the NGCDF offices, come to TikTok, meet us on Twitter or X, meet us on Instagram? That's where we are. We are no longer coming to the offices. Another thing is to emphasize, also, let me be the devil's advocate. As our youth, there's a course I teach called Youth Rights and Responsibilities. So if you have an opportunity, call me. I will teach, but you will pay me. So this is opportunity I've seen. But also youth, we also have our rights and responsibilities. It's also our responsibility to seek out this information so that nisiomoke peke yangu, tuomoke tukiwa wote. Asante.
And then finally, the gentleman, I'm hoping that our panelists are noting down your questions so that the one at the front here, the one with the, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Almas, graduating today as the president's, one of the president's fellow. So mine is a policy ask. So the gentleman from the Youth Enterprise Development Fund has talked of individual funding from 5 million, talking of need to have security and all that. So my proposal is that we need to have a youth collateral registry that recognizes non-traditional collateral. Like you don't really need to have land for you to access credit and all that. So there's so many things you can look into, social capital, digital footprint and all that. We can have that conversation on the side. But that is a policy ask. I think that is how as youth we take spaces in policy making, yeah? So I hope you take that up and we can advance that conversation. Thank you.
All right, so I'd like to give Mr. Mathengi the questions, not the questions, but the opportunity to revert, because I think all questions have somehow been bundled up into things that he should answer, beginning with the lady who was talking about, was it the lady? Yes, there's a gentleman here who spoke on corruption, and then the lady was asking money versus ideas, and I think the question to you was on integrity, but also you could take that up and from the lovely lady, so you can just bundle them up together, then we'll get to your answer.
Okay, I will want to, she said that we be short and sweet. So I'll not dwell so much on, I want to answer your question in very short form. On the lady with the question mind and idea, usually when it comes to innovations, if you ask each and every person here, each person is gifted with coming up with a solution. But then from where we sit, I've been handling innovation for quite a number of years, and I think that I've done innovation for the last 7 years. And wherever you go, because you go to institutions of higher learning and TVETs, technical and vocational institutions, each person has an idea. But unfortunately, we cannot fund an idea. An idea needs to come from your mind, and we see it as a prototype. When now it's at the prototype stage, that is when it elicits us to take action, so that we can move it from prototype to scaling. Then from scaling, it goes to the market. So, as an idea, the government will be a bit skeptical. And not just government, because that's how that industry works. The industry of innovation is that when you have an idea, it might remain as an idea. Do something about it, bring it to our offices, we have a committee, we have a look at it, then from there we can be able to move it to the next level. But when it's an idea, it might just die as that, as an idea. Number 2, matters corruption. Integrity and corporate governance keeps on coming up everywhere we go. But we also need to take cognizance that corporate governance does not just involve the government, it also involves the users of government services. So I think it's a global issue that needs to be looked at from almost all the perspectives so that you can be able to get a solution to it. But I think from what we've been able to see in the last 6 months is that the public, and I think it was the lady who was here and they spoke about it at length from Transparency International, that you are now going ahead and taking, it's more, they're taking an active role into how the country manages matters of corporate governance. And we hope that as time goes by, things are going to look different, and these are matters that we're going to get a solution to. On matter of integrity, I'm not sure I'm quite qualified to answer that, on how we can measure integrity. I think I'll bring it to my colleague, my fellow panelists, on how we communicate. We don't come looking for you on donkey backs, on the horse backs. We're on Twitter. We know those spaces. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we are on social media, everywhere. But somehow, we don't know why. Youth I think, have a tendency, because it's government, they think when they come to offices, we cannot be able to be given money. But I sit in the executive committee, and I'm telling you, I've seen people that have started with 100,000 Kenya shillings, and we are upgrading it to 7 million Kenya shillings. Come try us. Come try us. We know the 47 counties. The lady in a beautiful Kenyan attire, we are in your county. We are in your county. See me after this. Try us. If you have an NPO from a corporate, from a government agency, worth as much as you can, they cannot be able to fund it. Come to us. We have money for you. If you require as much as 7 million Kenya shillings in your business, and you're running a business that has a beautiful bank account, come to us. We'll give you the money. And our interest, you know how much our interest are? 8% Kenya shilling. 8% for as much as you take from us. So try us. We have the solution to your problems. Not last but not least, in the lady who asked the question on collateral issues, we are looking into that. But it's been a very critical issue. You have been telling us, if you don't have a car, if I don't have a deep-pocketed uncle or an auntie who can be able to give me a car and land so that I can be able to secure my property, we are moving from the traditional way of collateral to credit scoring, because that's how the industry wants us to move. So that's the direction we shall be taking, and you'll be seeing new products coming from our end to address the issue of collateral. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to summarize it shortly because my question was coming from the beautiful lady from that back. Money versus ideas. As much as we know that capital is one of the things that drives businesses, and as a person, if you don't have that money, then you cannot be able to propel entrepreneurship from literally conception to advertising and letting it out there. But I believe that one of the things that us as youths who are in this forum should be able to understand, that it does not surpass the market research you have done and the ideas that you have. Because as that gentleman was asking a question about corruption and all that, and how it is difficult to break through the processes, has any one of us seen an opportunity of an association that protects the entrepreneurs and the youths? Nobody has come up with that idea. Do we have an association that protects you? Where do you report? The teachers have it, the lawyers have it, everybody else have it. So as entrepreneurs, who is the fallback? Who is the spokesman person at the end of the day? Because you see, they're doing their work as government, but then we have the other side. So I'll say the idea that you have will be able to be funded by people because it is unique, because you see an opportunity of it growing and expanding beyond what you had conceptualized. The second one was on adaptability. When you speak about adaptability, it's not that just the fact that you are in a specific space and so you should be able just to, agree in everything that people are doing. Adaptability means that you are a business person today, things have changed in the environment. She was talking about they're no longer going to the offices, right? And the Gen Zs have changed in the way they're driving things. So if you want to sell something to a Gen Z, there are better ways you can actually be able to Convince them. And so those are the things you're talking about. Are you the local person who you're saying, you must come to my shop to come and buy whatever you want? So that is adaptability. How often do you change? If you are in a cultural space, you are in the Maasai land, and you're trying to be an entrepreneur there, what are the things that you need to do for you to propel there? Because it means at the end of the day, if you're doing a business and it is failing, probably it is not for that environment. You need to change. And your market probably is in East Africa, or not maybe Kenya. And the last question on integrity, I usually tell people, integrity is usually on the finger that points on you. I tell people every day, wherever I go, that when I am called in a session where people are sorting out something, I need to come with my hands clean. I need to talk from a point whereby I am not stained in any way. So if I am not stained, I cannot give him the liberty not to be seen. So integrity for us, we have to be infectious about it so that everybody that we meet, we inspire them for change. And that can be done, especially for this youth generation. We need those hashtags. We need those kusalimia, or more and more of that. And then we make people accountable, because during that particular time, a lot of things changed, didn't it? Yeah, so when you talk about integrity, corruption, and all these things that are very funny issues in the society, we keep recycling in every sessions that we sit. Who is taking the step to take us forward? Thank you.
Right, that was also that's an incredible way to wound up the session, because just to top what she's saying, one of the ways to get into business, employment, whatever it is that you want to get yourself into, the best place to start is with personal development, because how you develop yourself will determine how you do business. The fastest place, or the first and foremost place you need to start at, is personal development, because once you work on yourself, then you get an opportunity, you get a sense of understanding what your values are. That is one. Two, then you get this idea and conversation about purpose out of the way, because one thing I'd like to tell you, purpose is not pursued, purpose is explored. You explore purpose, because there's so many things you're going to do in the course of your life, and those are going to be that's going to be your purpose, because we think that purpose is this one thing that I'm destined to do. I'm a public speaker now. 10 years from today, I might decide to be a DJ, and I'll still be very much in my purpose. So purpose is something that you explore. So you start with that, and then have your value, understand your values. So once you have your values, and you're an honest person, obviously then something like integrity is not going to be something that you're going to be battling with. You not ask questions about who am I and how am I supposed to flourish in this environment. If anything, once you develop yourself really well, you're going to be among the outliers. Because what we want, you don't want people who are uniform, you want outliers. And there are so many people who want to follow the trend. You want to stay in comfortable territories instead of going to uncharted paths. Because the least traveled path is the one that has got most opportunity. So, and even like he had mentioned coming in, nobody's going to fund your idea. People fund prototypes. You have to prove. There's something called proof of concept. So you have to do something for people to understand that this thing works before they can put their money behind you. So that sense of entitlement, of always thinking that because you have an idea, people are going to rally behind you, it's a very entitled idea, because nobody is required to support your idea. It's your idea. You're the one who's pursuing greatness. You're the one who wants to get to the top of the echelon and the top of society. So it's a selfish endeavor. So you have to start it yourself. You go out there, look for the money, look for the opportunities, and then everyone else will come and support you once they see it works. And that is why, by the way, to end up this conversation, that is why you have your family members who don't support you in the beginning of your journey. Like my cousins don't support me, don't even like my TikTok content, and they're not sharing my work. But you make it, they'll follow you. The moment you make it, they're the ones who'll be calling me like, hey, cuz, that 2K, I need it urgently. Now they see the benefits, they see the fruits, one. And then two, for those of you who are doing anything, your family is supposed to be your family. They're not supposed to be your supporters. You go out there and look for people to support you. Your family is supposed to remain your family. I don't know why I'm going on with this lecture, but I want to thank you so much, guys, for sitting with us all through. We don't take it for granted that you've given us this time. You should be out there having lunch, but you've decided to sit through this. And your panelists have been, I'm so sure they've given you pearls of wisdom, and I'm hoping that moving forward, you're going to channel each and every idea that they've given to you into something incredible. Otherwise, I was your moderator, Nangami Masaha. Adios. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate them. As Mr. Daniel Madenge steps out of the stage, I just want to remind him that The graduates today have come from cohort 1, cohort 2, cohort 3, and 4, totaling 400 youths who are morally upright, people of integrity, people of passion, people of dreams. Should I continue? Now, if you can go to your department and set only 400 million so that each one can get 1 million, I assure you, they are people of integrity. They are people of integrity. And they have business plans, they have proposals, they have got innovations. We'll take you through them. And that's why they are here to get the Chandari Awards. You know, Chandari only awards integrity. Thank you very much. Thank you. Did you enjoy that? So after this, please see Madengo on the side and prepare those proposals so that we can petition him, right? All right. Thank you. What an enriching and impactful discussion. Please allow me now, as you let those ideas sink into your minds, I'm welcoming you for a well-deserved lunch break, which will take us around 30 minutes, and then Dr. Manu will be online to see you awarded. Are you excited? So keep time. You see, he's an old man of time. Imagine we woke him up. He said, by 9:30, I will be on my screen before I go back to sleep. So he woke up, by 9:30, was on the screen. Some of you are not yet here. An old man of 80s plus. Now he's saying, in the next 30 minutes, he will be back to see you awarded. Are you excited? So please, we take those 30 minutes to enjoy our delicious meal, relax and collect. But before that, I'd like to ask one beautiful lady to come and usher us into the lunch by offering a prayer. Please, Madam Winnie Boke, please come and pray for our lunch. Okay, and a brief announcement. KCF 666V. Please, needed at the parking if you are here. KCF 666V. Please, you are needed at the parking, please, if you are here.
Hi, everyone. Let's bow down for the word of prayer. Our dear everlasting Master, we thank you, God, for the gift of life. You've been with us since we began this session. We are now breaking for our lunch. We pray that the food that you're going to take there, Father, may it grant us energy, and when we come back for the rest of the session, we shall keep on saying thank you. In Jesus' name I pray, trusting and believing. Thank you.
So the ushers at the door are going to show you where the lunch has been designated. So please make your way there at your convenience and save time. Let us return refreshed, energized as we continue the next part of our program. Enjoy your lunch and see you back soon. Did you enjoy your lunch? Yeah, loud, yes! How many are excited? Now,
Everybody? So my name is Akech, or Master Akech because I do martial arts, Dr. Akech for other things. But for now, I want us to just relax. Yeah, so there's something we're doing which we call corporate breathing. So we say breathing is everything. Breath is everything. If you want to speak, you must breathe properly. If you're angry, you breathe less, isn't it? So I want you to just relax your shoulder and then breathe in through your nose and then out through your mouth. Again, so breathe in and then you hold and then breathe out. So as you breathe, I want you to lift your calves, masguembe. So you breathe in, then stay out there with your nose, hold your air, and then out. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Just don't breathe from behind. Breathe from your mouth, okay? Okay, but it's okay. If it comes out there, that's still natural. It's as natural as you can, okay? So okay, one more time. So you breathe in through your nose. So as you breathe in through your nose, lift up on your toes, You breathe in, try to look up. And then look down, breathe out. One more time, breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, so lift up your hand, left hand, and feet apart a little bit. Breathe in through your nose, to your left, to your right. Breathe in. Breathe out. One more time. Breathe in. Breathe out. The other hand. Breathe in. So try to be up a little bit apart, slightly. So breathe in through your nose. Breathe out. The other hand, breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, so where you are, breathe in. Breathe out. So breathe in. Try to see your back. Hold. Breathe out. Breathe in, the other side. Breathe out. This is important for your intestines you've just eaten, but also for health around your lower bowels. Okay, so I want you to, like you're going back, if you feel dizzy, just breathe in and hold. Breathe in through your nose. Breathe out. Touch your toes, breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, put your hands like this. The right hand out, left hand here. So go to your left, breathe in through your nose. Breathe out. One more time. So right hand straight, left hand over your elbow. You don't hold it, just like this. And then to your right, to your left, breathe in. Breathe out. One more time, breathe in. Breathe out. Change hands. Here, over your elbow. Breathe in through your nose. To your right. Breathe out. And then I want you to hold your shoulder here with your hand like this. So you push. As you push also, you breathe in through your nose. Breathe in to your back. Breathe out. One more time. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, so hold here your shoulder. Then let's pull it right over to your left. And left over right. Then to your left. Breathe in. Breathe out. One more time. Breathe in. Change. So you hold your shoulder with it. Do this fast. 1, out. 2 more. Out. Last one. Out. And then hold your shoulder. Okay, so you can hear me. I don't need to. So just put your hands like this. Put your fingers, then on your toes. Let's say this is your second lung, eh? Your lung. Other than this one, this is also the one. So I want you to just where you are. So just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here, 1, and then 2, 3, 4. Okay, up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then up to this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So when you're breathing through your nose, you breathe in, then push air into your stomach. So when we're young, when you breathe through the breathe. So when you breathe in, it's like somebody going like a balloon. Right? So in through your nose, bring up your heart, hold, and then breathe out, push out. Pull back in through your nose, hold, push down. Breathe in, hold, push out. Then pull again in, then push out. The chest, heart, the ground, on the earth, the universe, and the universe is to be you. With your heart, with your heart, with so the idea is when you're breathing out, continue, you're sending out, bringing positive energy, and sending out toxic energy. There are a lot of toxic in the body. The breathing has to release. Once you breathe in, and then after that, you just put on breathe in, and then you do. Okay? So let it go. So breathe hold. Until it's tense. Tense every part of the body. Are you ready? Ready? So you breathe in. Tense your body. Completely tense. Every part. But as you breathe in, as long as the air, as soon as all the air is inside, and then tense your shoulders, hold, and then release. Basically, you're taking out toxic energy from inside. Okay, so I think that now, so the objective of breathing, the last part is like a 1 minute. You sit down in a chair, the last part, okay? So the objective of this is that, okay, sit with your feet on the ground, relax, make sure your back is straight, okay? So your spine is straight. So oxygen flows through your brain and also to your lower abdomen, but you connect to the earth, you ground, you call it grounding, eh? So earthing, so it's good sometimes to go to the shamba barefoot. It's very good for removing toxic energy from your body. Okay, so relax. So you're going to do the same thing, but now through your nose. Out. Okay, so you can close your eyes, and so you breathe in through your nose. Relax, hold, and then breathe out through your mouth. Okay, in slowly. Out. Last one, in. Out. So the last one now, I want you to tense the same way you're doing. Tense your hands. You can put your hands up, but tense your shoulder as you breathe in. And make sure you're tense, completely tense. Even your pelvic area. Naweza finya matako kidogo. Okay. So as you breathe in, tense completely. Hold, and then breathe out. Okay, close your eyes, breathe in, tense. Hold. Relax. Breathe naturally with your eyes closed. So, thank you.
Thank you, Master. Let's appreciate him. Appreciate yourself for breathing in, for breathing out, for ha. So are you feeling good now? Some of you are saying that the whole food you have eaten has evaporated. Yes, because I wanted you to be at this ceremony now without any tension. Sindio? Now, as the organizing team are organizing our awards, I want to take this opportunity to thank all our speakers who have been with us from morning till now. We really appreciate. Let's appreciate these wonderful people. They have endured. And thank you very much, our CEO, for being with us from the start. Let's appreciate him. He has been with us and he will be with us to the end. Sindio? That's leadership. Sindio? Some of you have never sat with him in the same room. Sindio? Wangapi wajaika na same room? Wengi. So CEO, you can see. Many fellows are meeting you for the first time. Let's appreciate him. Now, if you are, this graduation ceremony is for cohort 1, cohort 2, cohort 3. And just to a brief show of hands, please let me see from cohort 1, the representatives. Cohort 1, if you are from cohort 1, please stand. Hao ndio waanzilishi. The core, the pillar. Yeah? The pioneers. Magwiji. Which name do you also give them? The wazee. The oldies. The alumni. Sindio? Okay, let's appreciate these wonderful people. Now, because Max have reserved his comments later on and our sister also spoke, I would like to ask my brother to just say 2 words or what you got from the training. Just 2 in 60 seconds.
Good afternoon all. Kindly let me stand here so that everybody can see me. Because we were, what I normally tell people, every title that you have, it was not given to you. You earned it. That's why I normally call myself ambassador, because I earned it rightfully. Let me just start. My name is Ambassador Philip Juma. I am the first cohort of the Presidential Fellows, though it was called County Peace Ambassadors in Kajiado County. And during this period that I've engaged, I've been in this cohort, I've really learned a lot. I've engaged with so many people, and also I've gotten more opportunities and more titles. If, for instance, I'm also the Green Climate Initiative country coordinator. I got it when I was still serving under Global Peace Foundation Kenya. And also recently, actually last year, we launched an organization, we launched a youth association called Later Hill Youth Association because of the empowerment, training, and leadership skills I got from the Global Peace Foundation Kenya. And also, I am a founder of an organization called Takamali Initiative. It's a community-based organization of which we have planted more than 5,000 trees. we deal in charity works. And so far we have donated we have donated dry foodstuffs to over 3,000 families. Si zile za kupika ati unaenda unapea, no. You go to partners, you go to people, you talk to them, they buy for you shopping, unga, mafuta, kila kitu to over 3,000 families, and of which I'm very happy also because on 20th December, we are going to have our first anniversary, and also we are going to celebrate with the less privileged families as we celebrate Christmas with them. So this, as I finish, Global Peace Foundation Kenya, if you take it seriously, it will give you mileage. And if you are here to joke, I'm sorry for you. I am here because of Global Peace Foundation, opportunities and everything. I have entered big offices, not because of myself, but because of Global Peace Foundation and recommendations. And I would like to say a big thank you to Manu Chandaria,
thank you.
Who is our patron, and also our country director, Daniel Juma. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate. Our sister there. Ladies and gentlemen, do we give the ladies a chance or not? Ladies say, Okay, let us speak. Just 60 seconds only, please. Please, don't make me cut your microphone. 60 seconds.
Hi.
Ndiye mwanzilishi.
Name is Annette. Like I stated earlier, I want to humble myself before the fellows, and I want to appreciate our director, Mr. Daniel. And as a first cohort, I would like to say, like Juma has said there previously, Global Peace Foundation is a stepping stone. Regardless of where you are coming from or what your idea is, when you put it into practice, I am the first person, I'm proud to say, that I have founded a ministry under Daniel. He may not even be aware of that, but I have a foundation under the Global Outreach Ministry, which was supported by our area MP and the police force because of GFF. That is the Global Peace Foundation. And I have been able to meet with the president because of GPF. So I can tell you it is an opener. And I can tell you more, that when we do connect, we will connect the whole world to one peace and a God. And I have gotten even connection with the outside international groups because of GFF. I want to appreciate you, and I also want to appreciate one Samuel Budoi. He is a friend, and he has always been a follow-up in whatever I have been doing. So God bless Peace Foundation we are going for.
Thank you. Hey, wamama ladies aki nyinyi. Okay, now thank you very much cohort 1 waanzilishi. Cohort 2, simameni tuwaone. The ones who followed me, cohort 2 ndio hao sasa. Hey, cohort 2. Now, again another, the same gender. Okay, you promise me to take 60 seconds peke yake, because I'll ask the technician to switch you off. Don't make me do that. So the first person here, ndiye atakuwa anapewa chance. The first person here.
Ka escort. Simni escort jamani, njooni. Njooni.
Your 60 seconds inaendelea, waite tu. Hata mwenzeni mmoja amebaki huko amekataa kwa ama yeye ni bodyguard wa huko nyuma.
The story,
Hey,
the Global Peace Foundation story and the President's Fellowship story. My story started with Ambassador Phil. Ameenda wapi? Mpigeni makofi.
Wow.
He's the one who encouraged me to join. So thank you so much. It's been a life-changing opportunity. I've learned a lot. I've met a lot of people, and I've received a lot of support. We have done a lot of activities. And let me say thank you to the Executive Director, Mr. Daniel. He did something that was life-changing for me. Do you want me to say it?
I was struggling getting a letter from the Ministry of Education, and they were supposed to go for a meeting. He gave up his space for me to go for that meeting.
Oh.
So thank you so much. I really appreciate. And in absentia, Samuel Budoi has been very supportive, Faith, Beryl, Vinny, and everybody else, and also my fellows. 60 seconds.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Fine.
My name is Sabwasinda Hilary Gitao, and I'm representing Murang'a County. And to be honest, in Miangalia graduation list year, the 4th cohort, I'll inspire. Okay, my work haijaisha bado, but I'll inspire because I got inspiration from the Global Peace Foundation under the Presidential Fellowship, and actually it's been very, very impactful. Nilipata job after graduation because of the cohort. Budoi wrote me a good recommendation letter. So I'll tell you today, believe in yourself, keep on, trust in God, whatever you trust, but believe in yourself, have an impact in the society, and have a nice time. Happy graduation.
Thank you. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Please, very fast.
Rutere Kasmir,
Yes.
Embu County. My only thing is that when you're applying for other organizations or programs, you can also use Global Peace Foundation because you're part of it. I have been able to apply for so many, and I get them, even fellowships. I'm currently with the Imara Fellowship and a Siasa Place, and it is because of Global Peace Foundation. So keep on, and this is where you need to be. Thank you, Sana Bwana Director.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I'm Guru Moses Kipruto, Chief Coordinator from Laikipia, but I was born in Baringo, but displaced to Laikipia. I applied as a President's Fellowship for Laikipia, but a resident of Baringo due to the ongoing conflicts that was there those years. But I thank God today because of the program that I did on President's Fellowship, Country Peace Ambassador. It has equipped me with wonderful skills that has enabled me to unite the two communities who used to fight. Today, if you check in my contact list, majority of the people that I have in my contact are the communities that we used to fight. My community, I come from on the West community, from Tukan community. But those two communities, the Tukan and the Pokot, used to fight. Thank you. But as we talk today, they are living together. I was from Lubani the other day. We have constructed the schools that was vandalized during the times of banditry, and we are all going with it. Today, the Global Peace Foundation Kenya assigned me again recognition. Even the county commissioner for Baringo can call me. From MPs, they can call me. Leaders from Laikipia, they can call me. So I am even in dilemma whether to live in Laikipia or Baringo. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them. Now, can I tell you a secret? In this cohort, they never told you, but I'm going to reveal to you. There is one who has a political party that if you're interested in politics, see him aside. It's called the Green Party of Kenya. All right. Now, cohort 3. Mfanya rakaraka kwa sababu naona sasa no, not all of you, please. Just no. You will not repeat the same thing. Cohort 3, mko wengi. No. You decide who is going to. Cohort 3 simameni. And then you decide who is going to speak. One lady, one gentleman. Sawa. Wamesema waongei. Kujeni waone cohort 3. Hey, appreciate them. Wow, cohort 3. Hey, full house. Wow. Let's appreciate these wonderful people. Cohort 3. Hey. Cohort 3. So mnaweza take photo vile mnataka, shika. Yote, cameraman na lady. So mnaweza gawana, ladies. You can also use 1 million, 10 million frame Fanyeni haraka alafu museme mmetosheka. Thank you. You can exchange. You can smile. Good. Wonderful. Na hiyo ingine pia kuja hii side. Let's appreciate them. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ngoja. Cohort 4, ngoja. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cohort 3. Simulisema muongei. Thank you very much. Asanteni. Mmepiga picha. Asanteni. Asanteni. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wewe ndio utaongea.
My name is Burhanuddin. I come from Mandera County. So this program, personally, it has helped me do a lot of things. The assignments part, it has helped me enroll for masters because now I realized I could do assignments. Before I was like, when will I do these assignments? So after the program, I enrolled for masters because now I can do assignments. Another thing, I have enrolled for another program called PLGP, and I am the 2024 cohort president, elected. And we have done a lot of tree planting in Mandera County. I'm the founder of Mazingira Alliance, a CBO that does tree planting in Mandera. And I would like to thank very much Samuel Budoi. Actually, I was telling someone today, Budoi has not left his spirit here. You only left 2 people how to wear suits. But I don't see the spirit. Budoi was a man of energy. Today he was served water at 12. Budoi will not have done that. So please keep Budoi's spirit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I was the chairman of the 3rd cohort, the maturity cohort. Sisi ndo tumebeba hii kitu. Thank you. So I want to say just one thing kwamba through Global Peace Foundation on February 28 and 29, we'll be in Uganda planting many trees because mtu aliona tu niko Alliance akaniuliza ala unaweza fika Alliance because of Global Peace Foundation. So I want to tell you that through the CEO mwenye ako hapa amekaa, some of you wenye nitakuwa nimepata chance kuongea na wao will be able to go to Kampala and then proceed to Rwanda again to plant another many trees because mtu aliona akasema ai hapana. So for that cohort, hiyo ndio itakuwa kitu ya maana sana yenye tutafanya for giving back to the Global Peace Foundation. And let me say the last thing ndio nitoke, si kweli? So the last thing yenye ningependa kusema ni kwamba thank you Mr. CEO and the fraternity and faith. Faith pia ameng'ang'ana sana from the her end. Ameng'ang'ana. Besides that hatulali, but we thank Faith for all that she has done to us. And we want to really appreciate the awards that we're going to receive today. It will be one of the major things that we are going to community and do something. And the lastly to the Global Peace Foundation is that we've been crying for the badges since we started this program. Tafadhali mtutengeneze badge. Tukue nazo. Tuingie kwa kona nyingine. Thank you and God bless you.
Oh, mko mnataka mtu aseme. We promise you next time with the CEO here, maji itakuwa from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We promise, okay? Thank you. Now, cohort 4, very quickly. Cohort 4. 4! Wait, they're notorious. Cohort 4, kujeni hapa tuwaone. Let's appreciate them, let's appreciate them. Wait. Okay, let's appreciate them, let's appreciate. Hey, what? Watanimeza hapa. Watanimeza. Okay, let's appreciate them. Peana huko pia waendelee. You can give the others to take pictures as we go. So, okay, chairman wenu wako wapi? Okay, wacha chairman apeane remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great honor this afternoon to appreciate all of us for coming. We are tumewakilisha, but sincerely I want to thank the Global Peace Foundation for the opportunity they gave us to learn this year. I mean, it's been a very busy year, and we want specifically to thank Faith Beryl for marking the assignment. Sometimes we could even call her, tell her, I've not seen my marks, please, can you update? And she has ensured that all these people are graduating today. So don't mind my English and S. You see where I'm coming from. So thank you so much. We are delighted. I believe what we are going to do here today, through this, the award they are going to give us, we are going to be very impactful to the community. And to just add on the point of the chairman for cohort 3, CEO. You know, when you get to form 1, form 2, ambiwanga hebu uliza vile form 4 nafanyanga hii shule. Sasa tuliulizia, tukaambiwa bado mambo ya budgets bado. Tunaomba kwa unyenyekevu. Hapa mbele hata kama tutatuma stakeholder, tutuma task force ya representative wakuje wakuone, at least tutengenezwe hizo vitu. Otherwise, thank you so much and God bless you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much, cohort 4. And this evening, this evening we are going to officially open applications for cohort 5. So show your pictures online, recruit your friends, recruit your family so that they can also enjoy the fellowship, right? Yeah? Okay, thank you very much. Now, since you have said, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my great privilege to introduce an exceptional individual, or 2 individuals who are going to take us through the graduation ceremony. This is a truly special moment where we come together to celebrate the dedication, resilience, and achievements of our graduates. It's a day of joy, it's a day of pride, and the beginning of exciting new journeys. We thank our patron, Dr. Manu Chandaria. Then let's appreciate this man. You can do better than that. You can do better. And I was thinking, if Mr. Vincent would allow us to even have his telephone number, we could send him, tungemsalimia, si ndio? Tungemtumia hizo messages zote tumwambie thank you so much. If Vincent would allow, I leave that to him. If not, please just go and even do an email to the CEO and say, CEO, please make sure that this reaches to Manu Chandaria. Are we together? Let's appreciate this man, si ndio? Yes, so ukifika nyumbani, do an SMS, send to the CEO, say, may this one reach Manu Chandaria. Si ndio? Yes, so we are delighted to have 2 individuals who are going to take us through this process. And I want to welcome one, our Strategic Partnership and Resource Mobilization Manager at Global Peace Foundation Kenya. And he is also former PA of the late Ken Okoth, Honorable the MP for Kibera, and for 9 years. With a lead, he will lead us this important segment. And Mr. Ayako has been a steadfast supporter of this program. And so he brings a wealth of experience. Of 18 years in NGO world, he's also leading in the fields of health, education, peace building, leadership, governance, safety, and resource mobilization. Together with him, we are going to have Ms. Lynn Oduor, who is the Executive and Programs Assistant at Global Peace Foundation Kenya. She is also a Daystarian. She's a product of the great Daystar University. Let's appreciate her. This lady has demonstrated exceptional teamwork, communication, and leadership abilities, contributing to the advancement of organizational goals and creating meaningful society. During this ceremony, we will recognize each graduate's remarkable efforts as we award them certificates and medals. Additionally, we will also have the privilege of appointing the Goodwill Ambassadors, individuals who have demonstrated outstanding in dedication to advancing our mission and values. Please, without further ado, please join me in welcoming our MCs for the graduation ceremony, Mr. Ayako and Ms. Lynn Oduor. Ms. Lynn and Mr. Ayako, please take us through the ceremony.
Thank you so much, Willis. Graduates, hi. Graduates, hi. How are you? You all are happy. Tuko hapa sasa, we graduate. The moment we have all been waiting for. Vincent, go ahead.
So thank you very much. Tujipigie makofi. Look at your neighbor. Hebu angalia jirani yako. So angalia jirani. Umwambie you look beautiful than the last time I saw you. Lakini kama ni mwanaume usimwambie you look beautiful. Mwambie you look handsome. Sawa? Sioni ka Daniel anaangalia Vincent. Ama nagalia Daniel wewe mwingine. Hapa tuko na Daniel Sigard. Sawa. So thank you very much. So tujipigie makofi tena. Maze, you've made it. Tell yourself, I've made it. Yeah? Cohort 1, did you have a graduation? Online. Cohort 2? Cohort 3? Cohort 4? So now, every day we improve. Sindio? It's a day of improvement. Ako wapi Faith Beryl? Faith, where are you? Where is Faith? Faith, please come. Come, Faith. There are those guys who are always where the rubber meets the road. Sindio? Haya, tumpigie makofi akikuja. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Karibu. Mheshimiwa Faith, uweze kutuongelesha kidogo, kutusalamia tu kidogo. Haya.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I know most of you know my name. So for those who don't know, my name is Faith Beryl Wendo, the one who's been running the President's Fellowship. I'm glad for the first time we've been able to have a physical graduation. I know it's something we've all been looking forward to. I hope all of you are able to, enjoy yourselves, learn new things from our speakers, and being able to meet your fellows. Yes, so I hope after this we'll be able to engage more, be it now under Global Peace, be it under your own initiatives. Yes, thank you. I'll keep it brief so that I can allow my colleagues to shine.
It is your time to shine, Faith. So thank you very much. So as we're just working as a team to ensure that we support her, and I know behind the scenes she's making things happen. Tumpigie makofi tena. So thank you very much, Faith. Now to the moment we've been waiting for. I'll request Daniel kindly come to the stage. Daniel, Youth Enterprise Fund, kindly come to the stage. Tuko na Vincent Rapando, kindly come to the stage. We have our friend from MUS. Hiyo jina inanipiganga chenga. Smatch Foundation. Sindio? Yeah, Charlene Ruto, please come to the stage. Kindly come, my brother, also to the stage. Tuwapigie makofi wakikuja. DJ, nitakwambia kitu ya kufanya. Unajua. So where are our partners? Very good. To the stage. Daniel, kindly come to the stage. DJ, anguka nayo, sawa? Tuko hivyo jamaa vijana hapa ni aje hizo. Tunapiga remix kingoto hivi na pia tunachapa remix kisheng. Tunataka muanguke nayo. Sawa. President fellow moja wawili, ako wapi? Chairman, harakisha. DJ tuchome na waya basi. Ndio hiyo sasa. 1, 2 and 3. Majenzi wako wapi? Anguka nayo. Jete, alafu ndio hiyo. Angalia majenzi huko. Jete, video kucheki. Daniel sikuoni bana. Tuwapigie makofi. Wameanguka nayo. You can kindly take your seat. Thank you very much. Tulikuwa nataka kuona kama unaweza anguka nayo. Sawa? Ama tungewekea goda tena. Now the moment we've been waiting for.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have been waiting for is finally here. We are about to introduce the President Fellowship. We are about to give the President Fellowship Chandaria Award, and I'll give it to my colleague to introduce the first awardee.
DJ. Drums ziko wapi? In the count of 1, 2, and 3. I would like to call on stage the first winner of the Chandaria Award. We have Ambassador Philip Juma from Kajiado County. Tumpigie makofi. So Ambassador, as a founder of the Taka ni Mali initiative, very good. Tumpigie makofi. Karibu Plenary initiative and co-chair of Labour Hill Schools Association, he has driven initiative in peace building, youth and women empowerment, and environmental conservation. What are his achievements? His achievements include planting over 5,000 trees, Makopi, providing food to 3,000 vulnerable families, empowering 75 youth with skills training, and organizing Kikao Talk to support women sustainability project. Philip also championed health campaigns during COVID-19 and played a key role in hosting International Youth Day in Kajiado County. Recognized as the 2024 AfriGlow Youth Empowerment Icon of the Year, his dedication to sustainable development aligns perfectly with the Chandaria Awards mission. To my colleague, who is our next person, tupige makofi.
And I'm gonna go ahead and announce the next awardee. Drum rolls, please. And the next award goes to Austin Omondi from Homa Bay County.
Hey, Homa Bay bwana. Hey, tumkaribisheni na makofi. Bwana, you don't know how to dance bwana. Hey, wewe bibi anakuchoma na waya kidogo.
So, Austin is a founder and chairperson of Brilliant Angel CBO. He has led efforts to empower the Gidongoro community through education, health initiatives, youth and women empowerment, and environmental conservation. Under his leadership, the organization has provided quality education, organized medical camps, and implemented waste management programs. So Austin's dedication to addressing key social issues such as unemployment, gender-based violence, and environment degradation aligns with the award's focus on leadership, innovation, and sustainable social impact. So congratulations, Austin. Vincent will announce the next winner.
Thank you, Lynn. Tumpigie makofi. Haya, drums bana, drums DJ. In the count of 1, 2, and the third winner is Ambassador Phyllis Wanja. Phyllis Wanja kwa wapi? Tumpigie makofi. Aliweza kufika kweli? Ako wapi Phyllis? Phyllis ako wapi? Hajaweza kufika leo ama ako ready? Aya, so who is Ambassador Phyllis? Wako wapi? Nani anawakilisha? Aya, we want a representative mwenye tamchukulia. Phyllis Wanja. Phyllis Wanja mwenye tamchukulia. So who is Phyllis Wanja? As the founder and CEO of Afya Akili, she has harnessed the transformative power of art to support young people in navigating mental health challenges and reducing suicide rates globally. Through her initiative, Afya Akili, Phyllis employs creative and colors to foster emotional connection and mental wellness. Our unique approach centered on the question, how are you feeling today? Simplifies mental health concepts into relatable and transformative content, making it accessible to all generations, guided by the pillars of courage, commitment, creativity, and change. Phyllis is breaking the stigma surrounding mental health and creating a platform that inspires impactful dialogue and healing, aligning perfectly in the Chandaria Awards focus on leadership, innovation, and social impact. Tumpigie makofi. Tumpigie makofi. So, Lynn, you will be able to announce the fourth winner.
Okay, and the fourth winner is Halima Khalif Hussein, all the way from Mandera County. Halima.
Tumpigie makofi ya kopi Halima from Mandera County, all the way. Mafiante. Magane. Vincent. I said, how are you in Kisomali? So wanasemanga mafiante.
So
Halima. Very good. Aya, makofi.
Halima is demonstrating outstanding leadership and social impact in Mandera County. Founding the Northern Frontier, she has tackled critical issues such as female genital mutilation, sexual and gender-based violence, and youth empowerment in Mandera. So through her work with the Kenya Red Cross and as a community health volunteer, Halima has mobilized youth to promote peace, security, and health while advocating for FGM survivors and providing vital psychological support. Her initiatives, including medical outreach, youth capacity building, and peace education, have significantly impacted her community, particularly in addressing early pregnancies and SGBV. Halima's vision to expand her efforts and empower youth leaders aligns perfectly with the Chandaria Awards focus on leadership, innovation, and social impact. Congratulations, Halima.
Aya, tumpigie makofi all the way from Mandera. Tunasema Fian. Ukienda Nyanza wanasema mabera inya kabisa. Mabera inya? Very good. That is an international language. Now to the next one. Our DJ, drum beats. In the count of 1, 2, and 3. And the number 5 winner, we have Jacqueline Seleyan, all the way from Kajiado County. Aya. DJ. Hey. Tupigie makofi. Acheni wevu bana. Pigeni makofi. Kesho ni wewe, si ndio? Very good. So who is Jacqueline Laseyan from Kajiado County? As the founder of A Pack a Month, she has empowered marginalized girls and young women by providing menstrual hygiene products monthly, mentorship, entrepreneurship training, and life skills. Her initiative combats sex for parts, supports adolescent mothers with free daycare, and equips young women with bidding skills, linking them to international markets for financial independence. Jacqueline has reintegrated 40 sexual gender-based violence survivors into school and planted over 3,100 trees to combat climate change. Her work has earned us multiple accolades, including recognized by President William Ruto, Makofi. She was also awarded top 50 African Women Development Award and the Utumishi Bora Award. Jackson's dedication to gender equality, peace advocacy, and sustainable community development perfectly aligns with the award's value of leadership, social change, and innovation. Does she deserve it? Tuwapigie makofi. And to the 6th award, Lynn.
And to the 6th winner is Abraham Gina.
Very good.
Drum rolls. Can we do the drum rolls again, please? The 6th award goes to?
In the count of 1, 2, and 3.
Abraham Gina Adams.
Tumpigie makofi. Wewe DJ. Tunataka kuona kama kuna mguu zote za left. Bro, hawezi kuangusha hiyo design. Hebu zitoke. Anasikia kudance. Tumpigie makofi bana.
So Abraham Gina Adams has shown exemplifying leadership, entrepreneurship, and sustainable innovation through his climate-smart tilapia fish cage farming project in Lake Victoria. He addresses overfishing by using eco-friendly practices and IoT-enabled sensors for data-driven aquaculture. This initiative not only boosts fish production sustainability, but also combats societal changes like sex for fish exploitation by providing a reliable fish supply and economic opportunities. Employing 15 people, including women and youth, Abraham's project fosters economic growth and environment conservation. His vision and impact aligns with the award's focus on leadership, social change, and sustainability. Congratulations, Adams. On to the next winner.
Very good. Unajua, I was born in the lucky month. When is the lucky month? The day God rested. The July babies. And the number 7th winner in the count of drum beats. In the count of 1, 2, and 3, the 7th lucky number. And the winner for the Chandaria Awards, we have Moses Kipruto Chepkoimet. Ako wapi? Chamige bwana. Chamige, that DJ. Very good. Makofi akikuja. Huyo jamaa ko serious. Tuko serious. Aya, Buda tunataka kuona ukidance kidogo. Hata huko na So who is Moses? Not the one in the Bible. The one we have here now. Sasa. Moses Kipruto Chepkoimet, a resident of Mukutani in Baringo South. Moses was displaced by conflict between the Tugen and Pokot communities in 2012. Despite of these challenges, he pursued a path of reconciliation, actively mobilizing youth and leaders from both communities to foster peace. Through initiatives such as the Jonam, yani watu wa Lake, Jonam Peace Building Foundation in collaboration with Laikipia Nature Conservancy, Moses facilitated voluntary peace negotiation, leading to agreements that have enabled many displaced Tugen families to return to their ancestral lands. A graduate in social work and community development, Moses is actively advancing expertise in the Kenya School of TVET. Tumpigie makofi. And to the last winner, Lynn, thank you very much.
So our last winner is Nimbroda Mercy Didakas from Nairobi County.
Makofi kwake, makofi. Makofi kwake. DJ, acha hivyo. Tunataka kuona hizo mguu zote za left car zinaweza dance. Huwezi dance. Tutakurudisha uanze tena. Haya, tumpigie makofi.
So Nimbroda has honed skills in proposal writing, project management, and climate change mitigation, enabling her to secure funding and conduct research on sustainable energy solutions for low-income households. Her Asante self-help group has developed affordable energy-saving products and a sustainable business model, positively impacting Busia and Nairobi counties. Nimbroda's work mobilizing youth for clean energy advocacy aligns with the award's focus on leadership, social impact, and environmental conservation. Congratulations, Nimbroda.
Very good. Tuwapigie makofi tena. Tuwapigie makofi. So in the year 2024, from both cohort 1 to cohort 4, how many of you are from cohort 1 by show of hands? Cohort 1? Cohort 2? Cohort 3? Cohort 4? There was only one who was absent. So in each cohort, we've been able to select the very best. Sasawa. So all of us are winners. Sasawa. All of us are winners, and we want to celebrate the effort of each and every one of us in engaging in social transformation. The reason why we are doing the Chandaria Award is to continue with the Chandaria Foundation legacy of social transformation, of addressing issues to do with climate change, isn't it? Entrepreneurship, promoting peace, and also the aspect of promoting exemplary leadership into the community. So I would like to give them an opportunity, 1 minute each, to just make a remark, male and female as God created them. So the one volunteer, male and female. The Luo say telikao, telokmingato. Yani leadership, you don't wait to be given. Very good.
Thank you very much. Hi. I'm privileged to be here. On behalf of my colleagues, I think I want to take this special moment to appreciate how far we've come, not only for us, but for all of us from cohort 1 to cohort 4. Personally, I take this as a very great initiative, a very great achievement. I've heard stories, I've listened to what people have said here, and I want to appreciate Faith, because if it were not for Faith, I think I would not have made it to this far. She really put me on toes. She inspired me, because personally, I never knew what fellowship was all about. I just used to see it passing through the websites and what have you. But I think when I started interacting with Faith, she gave me the light. I saw what it meant to be a fellow. And I think I'm not here by accident. I'm here because I've earned it. I want to appreciate those whom I was with in class, the fourth cohorts. We had a synergy. There's a way we related, even though we had not met physically, but I want to appreciate that we had a working relationship, and even we could work in groups, but we were not meeting. So I want to appreciate and just tell you that we are all winners in our categories. Special thanks to all of us again. And this award is, I think it's going to put me somewhere. It's an achievement, and I think I just lack words to say. And going forward, I believe I'll continue interacting with most of us. Special thanks to the CEO and to the Youth Enterprise Fund. I always see their offices in Budalangi. I come from Busia. They have your office in Budalangi. I've never gone there myself. Okay. And whatever you shared with me here today, I think after this, I'll look for you so that I get funding for my projects.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So please don't sit. Just hand it over to her. We'll give you opportunity. So just stand here, Abraham. So I'll call upon our CEO, Philip, our CEO, Daniel, to hand over the gift to Abraham Gina Adams. This is Abraham, eh? Yes. So you can just move here for Vincent Rapando. Kindly join. So these trophies are courtesy of our patron, Dr. Manu Chandaria, who has been able to provide these trophies to the present fellows. So thank you very much. The next one, we go to Philip. Okay. Okay. Just stay there. So the next one, your name is? Halima. Let's go to Halima. Yes.
Hello everyone, once again. My name is Halima Khalid Hussein. You might think I'm shy. I look shy, but if you know each other, you can see my other face. I'm not a shy. I'm shy, I'm popular, I'm innocent, I'm outgoing, I'm everything. I can be anything. So I'm here to appreciate Global Peace Foundation. I think it was a blessing day, the day I've joined the GPF. I cannot count the benefit that I have gained from Global Peace Foundation. It's not 1 or 2 or 3. This year, I think some months ago, there's an event that I have prepared within Nairobi, and GPF could support me. They were our main supporters. And the other thing that they have given me are the network. The people I have known in this Global Peace Foundation, they are so important to me. And I think my colleague from Mandara County was saying, like, I can't say that Budoy have left a spirit. Budoy have left a spirit. He really left a spirit. I can say that. After Budoy, I have met many other guys from this organization, and one of them is Willis. Willis, where is he? Willis, Daniel, Japheth, and many others, and Faith. I can say they have the spirit, the same spirit as Budoy somewhere. I think maybe you haven't met them. I don't know where you have come with that conclusion that Budoy has not left a spirit. I can say he has left a spirit. And the other thing is, through Global Peace Foundation, I was able to be recognized by the local organizations in my county, and they are now calling me. They all want me to join them because of the skills that I have gained from Global Peace Foundation. And now I have joined one, and I'm the director of Peace, Women in Peace, in one of the local organizations in my county. And as I have said, I have gained many. If I start mentioning them now, maybe you can see till tonight. So let me make it little.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kindly move forward to take your trophy. I'll request also Mr. Daniel to also join. Kindly go to the middle. Thank you very much. So tumpigie makofi. Tumpigie makofi. You can smile. Ukiangalia kamera kidogo. Thank you very much. So we are not going to make remarks now. I believe the two representatives have presented you well. So we go to Austin. Thank you very much, Austin. Tumpigie makofi. Very good. We go to Ambassador Philip. Philip Juma. Ambassador Philip. Very good. And then we go to Phyllis Wanja. Phyllis Wanja. Absent. We go to Jacqueline. Situwapigie makofi. And then Moses Kipruto. Where is Moses? Moses Kope Kipruto. And then I also request our partners from Shalil Ruto's Foundation kindly come in front. Where is Halima? Umeshachukua yako? Abraham amechukua yake. Nimrod, please move forward. Very good, Kipruto. Thank you very much. We have Nimrod, the last one. Yeah, the last one is, you can just move closer. You can move closer to each other, and then you smile at the cameras. Mukisema chapati, ama samaki. And then, yes. And then we'll all move in front. Please move in front with the, I'll request our guests to join them in one group photo. One group photo. And then finally, we have from the Chandaria Award, I would like to request Vincent Rapando just briefly to talk about the donation from Dr. Manu.
Thank you, Asante Sana. I think based on the best innovative ideas, the 8 innovative ideas that we have gotten, and on behalf of Chandaria Foundation is donating 25,000 each cash money to all the winners, and the money will be donating a total of 200,000 bob to Global Peace Foundation, and Daniel will hand over cash money to your M-Pesa accounts. So allow me to hand over this check of 200,000 bob on behalf of Chandaria Foundation to all the winners.
So the idea is also Dr. Yuya to move in front. To begin Dr. Yuya makofi. Dr. Yuya has been very, very supportive.
And the idea is this is just a small token of money to inspire, and you guys can use that money to scale up whatever you are doing. I've just spoken to Daniel, and one of the things we're going to do is that we'll go around. We'll go around to see whatever you guys are doing, and probably if there's any other support, we'll come with Daniel around and to see what you are doing and to see how we can be able to support more. Asante sana. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much. I'll request now we take a group photos with our partners. Daniel, kindly join in front. And also, Ruth, you can also join with your colleague. Tuwapigie makofi. And then now Daniel and Rapando, you can hand over the check to the team. You can move in front, the team, and then our partners can be behind them now. Yeah. Dr. Yuya, where are you? You need to be, Songa Karibu. Please join the photo. Okay, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them as they leave the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, all of you are leaders, and we are just waiting for the certificates to be prepared. Remember, the certificate will bear the Manu Chandaria trademark, so you can use it anywhere. He has given you that trademark. This is just from the few that have been chosen from all cohorts. Are we together? So we will make sure that all, and then from the CEO, he has told me that the budgets you want for recognition are being designed, and anytime they will be out. Ladies and gentlemen, was that amazing? Are you excited? Are you very excited? Let's appreciate yourself. Appreciate yourself. Hug yourself, and tell yourself you are a winner. Thank you. Now, amongst you, I'm going to bring a few who are going to give special remarks before we bring the curtain down. Okay, before we bring the few remarks, we are launching the 2025 to cohort what? Cohort 5. So Vincent is going to give us a new, and then you can start nominating your friends, or you can start nominating your leaders, one of your leaders to come and join cohort 5. Please, Vincent, more details.
Tupigie Willis makofi. So lean and faith, lean and faith, lean and faith. Very good. So tupigie lean makofi akikuja na faith. So lean and faith has been very, very instrumental in ensuring that we have this successful event. And as we want to launch this, I just want them to, we are going to launch the 2025 President Fellowship Program Chandaria Award. Sawa. So immediately, Lean, we are launching. Please go to our Facebook page, post the poster, and all the President Fellows, I'll give them 2 minutes each to ensure that they share that with how many people? Yes, we want as many young people to be part and parcel of these programs. Yeah? 100. See, tulikuwa 100 in each cohort. So each person has a task of ensuring you share this in Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, to 100 people. So in the count of 1, 2, and 3. So we are officially launching, tupige makofi, we are officially launching the Chandaria Award 2025. And this time round, we mean business. We mean business because this country is not short of leaders, isn't it? We are leaders in our own way. We are transforming our community. Sasa. And next year's award will not be 20,000 or 25,000. It will not be 50,000. It will not be 100,000. It will not be, it will remain a surprise. So we want to ensure that in the next cohort, we get people who are self-driven, because in Kenya, we are also in desperate need of purposeful leaders willing to lead with purpose and integrity, isn't it? And they say great leaders do small things in a great way. And they also say it can be done. You only need to play your part, isn't it? So today, ask a young person who is a great leader. They'll mention those guys who are up there. But they don't know in their community, there are men and women who are taking initiative to transform their communities, isn't it? Like for me standing here, yes, I work for the Global Peace Foundation. I come from Nyando. But because of the flood, I was annoyed with the flood that is affecting our people. And as a result, through other partners, we were able to get for them 3 cages of 30,000 fish, transforming 300 families who are affected by floods. Will that transform their lives forever? Yes, from each case, they'll be able to get 3 million each. So if you multiply by 3, that is 9 million, supporting over 300 people. So with the Chandaria Award 2025, let's go to our Facebook page, Global Peace Foundation, in a minute. Take your smartphone. Ni kusema na kutenda, sio kusema na kusahau, si ndio? Ni kusema na kutenda. So you will go to our Facebook page, and that particular poster, please share it with not less than 100 people. Si ndio? Character is not what we see. It is what you are when you are not there. So we've already committed that we need to share this with 100 people, isn't it? So as we have said, we'll share it with 100 people. We believe that we'll be able to do the needful. So where is, I want to hand it over to Willis to be able to take us to the next phase. So are you going to share this with your fellow colleagues, your fellow youth? And it is not only limited to the young people. This initiative is open to each and everyone who is creating impact in their community. Because we believe we have what it takes to be able to make this world a better place to live in for each and every one of us. Asanteni sana. So Willis. Hapo ndio mnanipigianga makofi.
Thank you very much. Please kindly be patient. Your certificates are on their way, they're being signed, and anytime they will be here before we finalize. Are we together? Yeah, they've just passed through man so that they can be signed. Kindly bear with the timing, but they will be here any minute from now. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an inspiring ceremony which has just taken place, and we appreciate those that were able to stand on stage to represent us through the incredible achievements of their initiatives. That was your recognition of your hard work and dedication, and we pray that you utilize the funds to impact more lives. Let's take another moment to applaud our graduates and Goodwill ambassadors for this remarkable milestone. Let's appreciate those. If you can't appreciate them, just appreciate yourself then. We cannot all be winners, Sindio, but we are all winners in our own fields. Sindio? So as we come to this, towards the closing of this special occasion, I want to invite a few people on stage to give us, to share their closing remarks on our behalf before we bring the curtain down. To start us off, please join me in welcoming Maxwell Okochi to the stage. Max, we welcome you. He will give a brief reflection and his remarks on this occasion. Tumpige makofi.
All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is a privilege and honor to stand before you this particular evening. I'm also much humbled to be pioneers of the Presidential Fellow. By then we were called county ambassadors. And I'm a living testimony in terms of the Global Peace Foundation and what it has done. On my end, I was the county ambassador, Kilifi County, and I'm from Busia County. And for people to trust you with a county, you must have done something impactful that has changed a life of one person or another. Today is a day of celebration, reflection, and anticipation, a moment you will cherish for your years to come. As you mark the completion of transformative journey under the Global Peace Foundation, you have learned not only the theories of leadership, empathy, the strength of collaboration and the importance of standing firm in our values. As Presidential Fellow, you have been equipped with tools to drive impact, to be bridge between divided communities, and to be architects of more peaceful and equitable world. Let us remember that leadership is not all about titles and power. It is about service, humility, and the courage to act when others are listening. Kenya, our beautiful country or our beautiful nation, has always stand as a beacon of hope in Africa. A land of diverse cultures, vibrant communities, and immense potential. But you also know the challenges you face in inequality, conflict, and barriers to unity. We, or you as the leaders of tomorrow, are tasked with not just envisioning solutions, but implementing them, ensuring our action resonate beyond heroics. As you step out of this program, let us carry with us the words of Wangari Maathai, who reminded us the environment and the economy are two sides of the same coin. If we cannot sustain the environment, we cannot sustain ourselves. Similarly, peace and progress are inseparable. Without one, the other one cannot flourish. Finally, let us embrace responsibility that comes with this honor. Let us be the voice of reason, the champions of change, and the stewards of a better future for our country, our continent, and not forgetting the world. Congratulations to the graduates. Together you are stronger. Together you can. We'll build a legacy of peace. Thank you, and may you continue to inspire and lead with purpose. That is our message to our graduates who are graduating at the fourth cohort. On my end, having been the champion or the founders, among the founders of the Global Peace Foundation as an ambassador, I think I've learned a lot. And one, when we talk about the tree nurseries we have in around 18 in Kenya, we were the founders. The first pioneering was done in Kilifi at Ribe Methodist Church. Through what we were doing, we were able also to have one at Nairobi Primary, where I was teaching as a teacher, because professional I'm a teacher. And I don't take it for granted. It is the honor that the Global Peace has given me. Just the other day, I think a week ago, I think in your counties there's something called Youth Kenya Federation. I'm humbled that they were able to make me part of the National Executive Council in charge of environment, because what I've done under the Global Peace Foundation. I want to wish you well, and let's be the change makers for better Kenya, better continent, and a better world. Be blessed all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Max. So I will welcome next Faith on stage to bring us the certificates for every graduate to take home. Faith, zimekuja. I told you any minute they are going to come. Are you happy now? They are here. They are here. They are here. Let's appreciate Faith as she comes. Let's appreciate her. Mnajua Faith anakujaga pole 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 pole. So we beg for your Patience. This one is going to go very fast. So when we call your name, you quickly come to the stage so that we can go very fast. Are we together? We are going from cohort 1, cohort 2, cohort 3, and 4. So cohort 1, just come and pick this one.
Okay. So from cohort 1, we have Annette Mora. Annette?
Please save time. Just stand here.
Then we have Philip Juma.
Please show the camera. Philip Juma, please run. Next. Yeah, let's Dr. Yoya help you. Next. All right.
Yeah, someone can issue.
What got the other bunch?
Yeah, there. This is Grace. So,
Yes. So next, Philip, you're next.
Grace, as you come.
Philip next.
Grace, come. Kashmir, come.
When we call your name, please hurry up on stage.
These ones. You want this one to be given? Okay, Grace, come.
Please, with Dr. Yuya, please call both names.
Grace. Oh, there are only two. And Kashmir Njeru, come. Gibran Maiswa, be on coming. Sheila Sharon, keep coming. Swala Mohammed, Salwa, Gibran. Roslyn Lenano, come. Austin. Sheila. Yes. Salwa,
Please
are you there?
Spread, please.
Roslyn Lenano. Okay.
So
Austin?
next, look at the camera.
Audrey Faith, Agneta Ayako, Tale, Banhadur Mohammed Abdi, Franklin, Philip Mutesa, Mwita Magi. You are? This one? Okay. You are? Agneta, you'll take a photo with the CEO, Audrey. Then Becklin Bonas Undiek. Now you. Elfas Kamala. Sorry. Benmont Kepkemoy. Richard Kepkemoy. Diana Chep Korir. Tegla Chebet. You are? Elfas. Thank you. Elfas. Diana. Huyo ni nani? Tekla. Seth Kipsang. Tekla. Joy Mtinda, Fiona Masharia, Frank Matthew, Sharon Mukili Mwema, Winnie Mora. Anybody else? They have not come. And Mohammed Mukira. Who is this? Frank. You are? Sure. You are? Winnie Mora. Grace Mumo. Jen Jerry Chege. wengi hawako. So hawa wako. Richard, Seth, Benmont, Becklin, Fiona, Joy. Can keep this. Okay. Winnie Mora.
Okay, I'm still a bunch here. If you're finished, you say.
Winnie? All right, Winnie. Grace Momo? Maxwell Joram Okoch? Maxwell is here. Your Grace. Oh, Belinda was there then. Because you had called, she didn't. Becklin.
Okay, on this other end, G-Draft,
Cosma,
Kimacha,
yeah, Maxwell.
Kagoro.
Cosmas Kiplagat. Not here. Grace Mumo. Not here. Jane Jerry. This one must be Kiplagat. Cosmas? Is this Cosmas? Okay. Kalume Harrison. Kalume Harrison. Mohammed Ali Mukhtar. Not there. Mirfat Mohammed Mianji. Not there. Gideon Wekesa Lubisia. Not there. Faith Akelo Ondiege. Not there. Elvis Ocheng Ouma. Online. Mohammed Nur Farah. Mohammed Nur is here. Alice Owor Adhiambo. Alice is here. Alice? Alice is there. Peter Oroto. Peter? Is that Alice? Yeah. Okay. Lucia Kai Ewatan. Lucy is here. That must be Alice. Billy. There are two. Leitiko Johnson Saidim. Yeah. Leitik is coming. Harriet Werimo Gakobo. Not there. Margaret Nelima Wamalwa. Not there. Andreanne Debu. Debu. Not there. Winnie Jeretich Salam. Winnie is here. Ian Mutugimbae. Ian Mutugimbae. Not there. Brian Obiero Gango. You don't cheer your friends. Brian. Cheer. The human heart requires cheering. Ama Gen Z hakuna kucheer. Energy is low. This is a good accomplishment. You should cheer. Oyach Bella Achieng. Achieng Bella. Gloria Kinyo Tieno. Charles Mudui Wairimu. Christine Nainye. Christine Nainye. All right. Kiprono Edson Yegon. Mutugi Mteti. Mutugi. Becklin Bonus Ondiek. Becklin Bonus Ondiek. Jemima Kemuto Ongeni. Karen Akinyi Goga. Michael Joseph Wafula. Michael is there. Irene Wambui Nginyo. This is for Michael. Irene Wambui Nginyo. Luka Jessel Derito. Alvin Muzuni. Janet Nyagoa. Tamanji Logondi Tamanji. Stephen Waweru Mudoni. Stephen. Daniel Kibet Kipruto. Now the girls like him. Daniel Kibet Kipruto. Yeah. Cloud Nelima Wabomba. Cloud. You see how they like him. Jacqueline Saleyan Dokas, based alumni. Congratulations. Kevin Yumba Sila. Kevin is here. Yeah, keep. We know the people you like. Cheer them, after all. This is Jacqueline. Kevin Yumba. Alice Oworo Diambo. Johnson Boya. Jajen Mwikia Katheke is here. Ivy Mwango Getanga. It's here. Hadija Mohammed Bonaya. Hadija is coming. Godana Harris Ibrahim. This is Hadija. She's coming. Godana is coming. James Madaraka Dabarlen. James is here.
Benson Maina.
Godana.
Marian Wangeshi.
James.
Marian Wangeshi. Nasenyana Advocate Mia. Leona Chebet. Nimroda Masi Didakas. Hassan Farouk Sabri. Lois Njeri Gadoni.
Oh, this is a different.
Subira Namulanda Ingalwa.
See.
Kwe Riri Karuru. Efi Yunan. Collins Okemwa. Sami Derek Kemonge. Sami Derek. Beldin Adoyo. Warren Dixon Ouma. Warren Dixon. Ridon Odeo. Ridon Okeo. Atieno Riga Nokoth. Noel Joy Atieno. Timanji Ligodi, Tamanji. Josphat Maina Karanja. Franklin Kiprono Tanui. Abraham Gina Adams. Ruth Doris Obulemele. Ruth Doris. Sheila Sharon Liaka Aseka. Sheila. Humphrey. Sheila. Nanichanganya. You have another one. What's your name? Huh? Humphrey Ogeto Machuka. Humphrey. Rubens Sepekwa. Yamsayo Ngala. Zainab Hussein Habdi. Zainab Basma. Winnie Boke Taruru. Margaret Wangui Kiune. Joan Waidera Kamau. Joan Wangoi. Joan Waidera Kamau. Daniel Ndwiganjero. John Katumo. Julius Somitoi Topiwo, Julius Somitoi, Matthew Gishigo Midhinji, Matthew Gishigo, Edward Mwangu Robert, Ephantus Morethi Ronga, Ephantus, Christine Karemi Benson, Christine Modoni, Hassan Halo Guyo, Hassan Alcano, Halima Abdikadir Jatani, Mohammed Edin Ibrahim. So we want to do this photo very fast. Cohort one, fast. Mpige picha haraka. Cohort one wote hapa. Cohort one wote. Mpige picha na director. Cohort one wote. The rest move hivi kidogo. Cohort one ndio hii. So move kidogo. Cohort one. Yes, you just take a photo. Cohort, yes. Move, please. Let's follow order kindly. Let's move all of us this way. Cohort 2, move ready. Cohort 2, please move kidogo from the banner. Cohort 2, you are next. Be ready. Okay, photograph when you're ready. Okay. Please, the people at the table, please move. Look at the cameraman. Cohort 2. So please move. Cohort 2. I'll go to cohort 3. Cohort 2 next. Cohort 2. All right, cohort 3. Spread kidogo. Mko wengi. Spread. Please spread the other side. Mtoke, please give them time. Mtokeni nyuma yao. Okay. Thank you. They look amazing. Okay, cohort 4 ladies. Cohort 4 ladies only. Cohort 4 ladies only first. Cohort 4 ladies first. Cohort 4 ladies first. Spread. Wengine waende huko. Wawili waende the other side. The two of you. The other side. Please move. You are not a lady. Okay. Aya, mtangoja wanaume wenzenu. Okay, move aside court for gents. Namue ladies mngoje mtawajoin. Hey, court for mlikuwa wengi. Please, if you are not a lady, please spread. Tell talk. Hey? The full squad. Yes. Okay, court 4 ladies, kujeni hapa mbele. Simameni hapo, court ladies, hapa chini. No, you just spread over here.
I know how to organize the camera. You look wonderful. Okay, bado mmebaki? Okay. Nimetolewa. Hawataki nikae kwa hiyo photo. Okay, now ngoja. Please join Charlene. All the guests wameamua. Spread. Where is Faith? Where is Faith? Faith, join at the middle there between the whites. Yes. No, you cannot say the two of you. Yeah, like that. Good. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate each other. Appreciate each other. So once we finish, you'll be having the selfie frame to take photos with whoever you want. Are you happy? Mulikuwa karibu mnimeze, hizo certificates zimekaa sana. Yawa. Budget ndio mumeraise tu saizi na nikamwambia budget have to be designed. Badge, mnajua kudesign a badge? Yani? Okay. How comes? Okay. Makofi. All right. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate our CEO. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we wind up, I want to bring someone who is representing the youth and women. We were to have the AG, or the executive of the Youth Senate, but unfortunately she had a sick child, so she couldn't make it. But she would really love to be here. She's a lady of excellence. She was to give us remarks, but however, she made sure she sent someone from the Youth Senate. How many have ever heard of the Youth Senate? So I'll give Gideon this chance to give few remarks on behalf of one Ms. Sheila Anyango. Welcome, Gideon. Gideon is from the Youth Senate, so if you want to join the Youth Senate, talk to Gideon Vizuri.
So, esteemed guests, distinguished panelists, fellow young leaders and friends, good evening. Okay, let me take this opportunity to read a speech by Sheila, as she wished to have it done. And before I do that, I'm Gideon Toimasi from the Youth Senate Kenya. I'm the acting Chief Engagement Officer, and she's a Director General. So as we come to the conclusion of this year's President's Fellowship Conference, I want to take a moment to reflect the incredible journey we have witnessed here today. Under the theme, Empowering Young Leaders and for Sustainable Development and Peace in Africa, this conference reaffirmed the promise of our continent, its youth. The President's Fellowship has successfully engaged over 100 young leaders from across 47 counties in Kenya, equipping them with essential leadership skills and instilling in them the values of ethical governance, peace building, entrepreneurship, and climate action. Today, we celebrate the accomplishments of these fellows. We are reminded of the power of mentorship, collaboration, and resilience in shaping a brighter future for our communities and our continent. To our fellows, you are just participants of this program. You're not just participants of this program, you are change makers. You have demonstrated a deep commitment to your communities, launching initiatives that tackle unemployment, promote peace, drive environmental conservation, and advocate for youth empowerment. Your efforts are proof of solutions to Africa. Challenges lie within our grasp, fueled by creativity, determination, and unity. Through your training in peace building, development, leadership development, and innovative entrepreneurship, you have not only gained knowledge but also ignited hope. Your presence here signals the rise of a new generation of leaders who will prioritize integrity, inclusivity, and sustainability. As we look ahead, let me leave you with a few reflections. Leadership is a lifelong journey. This fellowship marks the beginning, not the end, of your responsibility to lead by example in your counties and beyond. Collaboration is key. The networks you have built here are invaluable. Nurture them, leverage them, and support one another in advancing our collective vision for peace and development. Be relentless in driving change. The road ahead will not be easy, but your determination and innovation will be the difference makers in transforming our continent. As we embark on our journey as President's Goodwill ambassadors, let us carry the torch of hope, the flame of innovation, and the spirit of service. Let us inspire our communities, challenge the status quo, and build a future where every young African has the opportunity to thrive. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Global Peace Foundation Kenya for their unwavering commitment to nurturing young leaders. Your guidance and support have been instrumental in shaping our futures. Finally, my heartfelt congratulations go to this graduating cohort of President's Fellows. Today, we celebrate not just your accomplishments, but the immense potential in you. Let us all have this conference inspired to act. Let us leave this conference inspired to act. To lead with courage and integrity, and contribute to the sustainable development and peace of our beloved continent. Thank you, and may the spirit of service before self guide us as we move forward.
Thank you.
So as I finish, just to acknowledge Almas Mohammed, who is our youth senator for Kilifi County, as well as Ambassador Philip, who is from Kajiado County, a county that I come from, and Seleyan Jackie. So I thank you for this opportunity. I know it is great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If it is in order, you could share with us if it is order, you could share with us the message so that we can put it in record, so that we can share in the future. Thank you very much for that inspiration from Ms. Sheila. She's the president of the Youth Senate Africa. She just told me that she was even nominated for the Africa region. She's a very powerful lady. Youth Senate Kenya. Thank you very much. Send her our warm regards, and we wish the kid a quick recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of this remarkable event, it is my honor to introduce our final remarks of the day to be delivered by a very important leader. This speaker is an exceptional leader and a true visionary in our field. She has a doctorate degree and a wealth of experience. She has been instrumental in driving innovation and fostering entrepreneurial growth within and beyond the academic sphere. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Caroline Ayuya, the Acting Director of Research, Innovation, Commercialization, and Entrepreneurship at Daystar University. Please, Dr. Ayuya. She was our host. Let's appreciate her.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to take very few minutes because I am the one between you and leaving this place, and I know some of you are traveling back to wherever you're going. First, I want to thank God for this time that He has given us and the journey that all of us have gone through. We are so grateful to Him because He's made this to happen to us. I also want to thank Dr. Manu Chandaria for being the champion towards this kind of endeavor that we're taking, and this is really very, very useful. Definitely, Mr. Daniel Juma, you've been amazing. You hold this Global Peace Foundation, having so many projects, making things run, ensuring the young people have gone through things with your team of Kina Vincent and Kina, everyone, let me mention because the team is huge, up to every person who works in GPF. We want to appreciate you because Daystar is a great partner of Global Peace Foundation. Our Vice Chancellor is a signatory to these 100 million voices. Is actually a signatory to that. And therefore, we really appreciate. For these young graduates now, you're officially the alumni of the President's Fellowship. We hope that you're going to do exactly what you've been asked to do, what you've learned, networkings, continue the impact that you're going to do. We believe that you don't have to really shout, but we know that God in heaven sees, and one day people like you, we shall be seeing them excel like Wangari Maathai and everybody else that we've been able to talk about. So we want to encourage you to do all that you can do to become better, be inspired by what you've learned, and ensure that you implement what you've begun. Hopefully that some of you will come for this call of this award and get away with a lot of money to be able to accelerate what you're doing. Just keep serving, just keep doing, and God will see you. And one day we'll see you a great person, just as we say, Martin Luther King and others. We will know that. So personally, I'm so grateful to having been your host here, and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Daystar University, and we, Principal Nairobi campus, we always have open doors to host Global Peace Foundation because we're a strong partner. And we want to wish you well and welcome you once more again and pray that you work hard. As you do everything, keep your studies, work hard. I got married after my PhD, and I had very standards and set standards. So, but I'm told all of you fear marriage and hot porridge, but you like internet. That's okay. I got my PhD at my early 30s, so I know that we can do it. So I would encourage you to become great, and I'm so happy to see many Daystarians in these places as alumni. This is a place to be, and Global Peace is a place that you can bring peace to this world. Come and study with us and join us as we work together. Congratulations, the alumni and the graduates of the President's Fellowship. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayuya. Let's appreciate her. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of today's inspiring program, I want to leave you with and echo Dr. Manu's words in the morning. He said, do something for the next 5 years. If you do nothing for the next 5 years, you will have written your CV as a nothing. You remember? Yes, and I want to connect them with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s words. You must keep moving. If you can't run, you walk. If you can't walk, crawl. If you can't crawl, at any given moment, you must keep moving. So as the graduates of this wonderful awards, I pray that you keep moving. Keep moving your innovations. Keep moving with your entrepreneurship skills. And let's also encourage others to join the next cohort. It has been truly enriching experience filled with impactful discussions, panel sessions, celebrations, and valuable connections. And before we officially close, I would like to invite a volunteer from the crowd to lead us in a prayer, thanking God for a successful event and seeking blessings for all that lies ahead. May I kindly, before I do that, I want to thank all our cohorts online. Let's appreciate them. They have been online since morning. They have been following this program, and we thank God for them. If, for those watching us online, if your certificate was not picked, please liaise with Faith so that you can pick your certificate. And even as you go out, please continue joining the 10 million. Share with your friends so that we can achieve the 10 million campaign. And as we finish, I want just to give a direction. After the prayer, we will all come to the stage and have a very powerful group photo. Then we will be free for networking. Thank you so much for that heartfelt, for the great opportunity and for your wonderful time. I kindly ask a volunteer to come and forward and close us with a word of prayer. Any volunteer? Please come. Ah, hey. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Hello. You'll have to forgive me. I understand Muslim as the minority here, but I'm going to pray in English, okay? Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Almighty God, we thank you for this privilege, this journey of transformation that you've taken us through. We are humbling ourselves. We are learning. We are on the journey to transform our societies, to transform ourselves. Keep giving us the strength to move forward, to advance, to change the world. Amen.
Thank you very much for that heartfelt prayer. As we conclude, I encourage everyone to take some time after this to network, connect, and exchange ideas and numbers. This is a wonderful opportunity to strengthen even your partnership and collaborations and build new partnerships, right? Thank you all for your presence. I have been your MC. Thank you very much. Safe travels, safe flights, and I look forward to seeing you at our future events. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we can now all come to the front and have a group photo in an organized way.